announcements.
Yes, Honourable Prime Minister.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I wish to make a statement on the demise of His Holiness Pope Francis. Madam Speaker, the whole world learned with deep sorrow yesterday morning of the demise of His Holiness Pope Francis. I would like to invite you, Madam Speaker, and all the honourable members of the House to join me in conveying our heartfelt condolences to the Holy See and the global Roman Catholic community, including Monseigneur Jean-Michel Leron, the Bishop of the Diocese of Portly, and the faithful of the Roman Catholic Church in Mauritius. I wish to inform the House that I've sent a letter of condolences to the Holy See on behalf of the government and the people of Mauritius. Madam Speaker, Mauritius will always remember with gratitude the apostolic visit of His Holiness Pope Francis, which he made to our country in September 2019. His presence amongst us was a moment of grace that remains engraved in the collective memory of all Mauritians, regardless of their faith. Madam Speaker, His Holiness Pope Francis leaves behind an indelible spiritual and moral legacy. Posterity will remember him as the voice of the poor and the downtrodden, regardless of creed, color, or gender. We recall how, despite all criticisms leveled against him from certain quarters, he did not hesitate to speak against what he called a global economic system that exploited the poor and turned the earth into an immense pile of filth. He was a staunch proponent of environmentalism and never ceased to draw attention of the world to the nefarious impact of climate change, especially on the poorest countries. His role as an apostle of social justice and peace is also universally acknowledged, including his numerous attempts to put an end to global conflicts, particularly in the Middle East, especially the ongoing onslaught in Gaza and Ukraine. Pope Francis will be immortalized as the paragon of humility in the collective memory of humanity. May his soul rest in peace. Madam Speaker, may I request you to invite the honourable members of the House to observe 1 minute silence in his memory.
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Not just yet.
No.
Not just yet.
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
I join with what the Prime Minister. I join with what the Prime Minister had said, Madam Speaker, and I express my deepest sorrow at the loss of a great Pope and a true friend. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also join the Honourable Prime Minister and the Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and request you to convey our deepest condolences to the L'évêché de Maurice. Et Madam Speaker, Pope Francois was a pope for the poor, and all throughout he's been with the poor and supported them, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Yes. Honourable members, I wish to associate myself to the solemn tributes expressed by the Honourable Prime Minister and the Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and the Honourable Leader of the Opposition on the demise of His Holiness Pope Francis. In recognition of his profound legacy and unwavering commitment to humanity, I will, of course, transmit the condolences of the whole House to je dirais à l'évêché. I now invite honourable members to rise and to observe a minute of silence as a mark of respect to the memory of Pope Francis. Thank you very much. You may be seated.
Papers have been laid. Motion.
Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that all the business on today's order paper be exempted from the provisions of paragraph 2 of Standing Order 10.
The question is that all the business on today's order paper, be exempted from the provisions of paragraph 2 of Standing Order 10. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Statement by Ministers none. Public bills, second reading.
Yes. Honourable Prime Minister.
Yes. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the Supplementary Appropriation Bill 2023-2024, number 2, number 8 of 2025, and the Supplementary Appropriation Bill 2024-2025, number 9, be read a second time.
The motion needs to be seconded. Thank you, DPM. You want to say a few words?
Yes. Madam Speaker, with your permission, I beg to move that the following two bills be read a second time and considered together. These two supplementary appropriation bills expose once again the irresponsible fiscal stewardship of the previous government. In fact, they confirm what everybody in Mauritius knows. That is, the previous government has dilapidated the finances of our country and left public finances in an unprecedented mess. This has been confirmed by the IMF during its recent Article 4 consultation mission in Mauritius. This mismanagement of public finances by the previous government has also been confirmed by the report of the Director of Audit. In fact, the report has exposed a number of scandals and malpractices that have resulted in wastage of public funds, misallocation of resources, and substandard outcomes. Madam Speaker, we are introducing the two bills by virtue of the provisions of Section 105, subsection 3 of the Constitution, which stipulates that where in any financial year it is found that the amount appropriated by the appropriation law for the purposes included in any head of expenditure, which we know as vote on expenditure, is insufficient, or that a need has arisen for expenditure for a purpose for which no amount has been appropriated, then a supplementary appropriation bill needs to be introduced in the National Assembly to provide for the appropriation of those sums. What is scandalous, Madam Speaker, is that the first bill, Supplementary Appropriation 2023-2024, number 2, should have been brought by the previous Minister of Finance, especially as he had the opportunity to do so in the first Supplementary Appropriation 2023-2024 bill, which he introduced in May of 2024. The more so that some expenditures, such as the increase in pensions, were already known at the time. He simply did not. It is awkward now that I should be the one to bring the Supplementary Appropriation 2023-2024 bill to the House. The previous Minister of Finance has actually spent money that wasn't there and obviously wanted to avoid the scrutiny of Parliament. Nevertheless, in the spirit of the Constitution, let me come to the first bill, that is the Supplementary Appropriation 2023-2024, Bill number 2. In June of 2023, the previous government presented an appropriation bill for a total sum of 174.8 billion rupees, which was in respect of services of government for financial year 2023-2024 under votes of expenditure number 73. In May 2024, the government introduced a supplementary appropriation bill for an additional sum of 6.7 billion rupees. Out of this sum, 1.9 million was for the payment of compensation to Patel Engineering Limited following the award by the Permanent Court of Arbitration in respect to the termination by the then government of the lease agreement of a plot of land situated at Lissaline. This amount excludes another 315 million rupees, which was paid as fees to the legal advisors of Patel Engineering Limited. This is yet another case of wastage of public funds resulting from sheer political vendetta. Another example of expenditure arising from mismanagement was the 500 million rupees channeled into Mobank through Mobank Holdings Limited, in addition to some 5.1 billion rupees already injected into the bank since its creation. Now that the accounts of government for financial year 2023-2024 have already been audited, and the report of the Director of Audit has been tabled before the National Assembly, there is need to regularize the excess expenditures incurred under the 5 votes of expenditure. The total amount to be appropriated is 2.8 billion rupees. The additional appropriation required are as follows: 197,000 rupees under vote 1-2 of the Office of the Vice President, mainly for maintenance of vehicles. Second, the 2.4 million rupees under vote 1-5, Office of the Electoral Commissioner, essentially for the purchase of equipment for the 2024 National Assembly elections. Third, 63.8 million rupees under vote 118 for the Financial Crimes Commission to enable the Commission to meet its operating expenses. Fourth, 2.6 billion rupees under vote 92 for Social Security and National Security Solidarity, mainly due to increase in the rate of basic pensions as from April of 2024. And lastly, 90.7 million rupees under vote 15-1 for the national infrastructure, mainly for payment of claims in respect of construction and upgrading of roads. Madam Speaker, the figures clearly demonstrate the irresponsibility of the previous government in public finance management. They announced a budget deficit of 2.9% of GDP for the financial year 2023-2024, but they ended the year with a deficit of 5.7%, almost double the initial target. The public sector debt figures are more telling. They have been boasting that they had achieved their objective to bring down public sector debt to less than the statutory level of 80% of GDP. They said they would bring the public debt to GDP ratio at the end of 2024, June 2024, down to 73.2%. Instead, Madam Speaker, they increased to 84%. Let me now come to the second bill, Madam Speaker, the Supplementary Appropriation Bill 2024-2025. In June 2024, the previous government presented a budget of 216.8 billion rupees for the financial year 2024-2025 under votes of expenditure number 72. The 2024-2025 budget is yet another showcase of fiscal irresponsibility. On the one hand, there was a gross exaggeration of the revenue figures, and on the other hand, there was significant under-provisioning for expenditures. This was done only to show a lower budget deficit and a declining public sector debt to GDP ratio, yet in another attempt to hoodwink the population. Once again, an illusion. The Supplementary Appropriation Bill that we're discussing today makes provision for an additional appropriation of 21 billion rupees under 5 votes of expenditure, where sums initially voted would not have been sufficient up to June 2025. It is worth noting, Madam Speaker, that 9.3 billion out of the 21 billion is mainly a result of under-provisioning by the previous government for some original projects and schemes. 2.1 billion is for new decisions they took during the course of the year, for which no provision was made in the budget. And the remaining 9.6 billion rupees is for the special effort that we did for the payment of the 14th month bonus and the 2025 salary compensation to protect the purchasing power of the population. Let me point out, Madam Speaker, that 90% of employees in the public and private sectors, as well as pensioners, benefited from the 14th month bonus. Madam Speaker, the 5 votes of expenditure that require supplementary appropriation are as follows. First, 1.3 billion rupees under vote 3-1 for housing and land use planning for the payment of 15 million rupees for legal representation to Patel Engineering Limited, 435 million for additional expenditure in connection with the construction of 466 social housing units, and 550 million for the acquisition of land for various projects. Second, 600 million rupees under vote 6.1 of the Ministry of Land, Transport and Light Rail, now known as Ministry of Land Transport, in respect of decision taken for which no provision was initially made. These include the 30% increase in the subsidy payable to bus operators under the free travel scheme, and financial support provided to bus companies for the payment of the wage relativity adjustment. Third, 5.8 billion rupees under vote 9.2, Social Security and National Solidarity, to cater for the payment of the 14th month bonus to beneficiaries of the basic pensions, increase in the rate of monthly child allowance payable to retirees, widows, and disabled individuals having dependent children, and the payment of bad weather allowance to professional fishermen. Fourth, 1.5 billion under vote 18.1 for the Ministry of Health and Wellness, mainly to clear arrears in payment of overtime, as well for overtime arising from delays in filling of vacancies, for increase in prices of medicine, drugs, and vaccines, and payment of arrears for settlement of arrears in respect to medical disposable and equipment. Finally, Madam Speaker, 11.8 billion rupees under vote 26.1, centrally managed initiatives of government to cater, one, for the payment of the 2025 salary compensation to public officers, two, for the payment of an allowance equivalent to 5% of the basic salary, subject to a maximum of 2,000 rupees as from the 1st of January 2024 to public sector employees covered by the PRB, pending the implementation of the next PRB report that will fully address the issue of salary relativity. Third, for payment of the 14-month bonus to civil servants and workers working in parastatals, statutory bodies, and local authorities. Fourth, for the transfer of to the National Environment Fund to meet expenditure on different projects. Fifth, for additional transfer to the National Resilience Fund to meet new expenditures and under provisioning. Sixth, for the transfer to the Poverty Reduction Fund in respect of the implementation of the Prime à l'Emploi scheme. Seventh, for additional expenditure for the CSG income allowances and CSG child allowance due to higher number of beneficiaries. And eighth, for the purchase of special drawing rights from Ukraine under the IMF voluntary trading arrangement. Madam Speaker, it is worth noting that out of the total of 21 billion supplementary appropriation, some 5.9 billion will be for the transfer to special funds, namely 3.9 billion to the National Resilience Fund, 1.1 billion to the National Environmental Fund, and 900 million to the Poverty Reduction Fund. The previous government has depleted the cash balances of these three special funds, which was 36.8 billion as of June 2022. As announced in the government program, there will be a reassessment of these funds and appropriate actions will be taken in the forthcoming budget for their consolidation. This will also be in line with the recommendation of the IMF, which asks that we streamline and limit spending from special funds. Madam Speaker, in the budget speech of 2024-2025, the previous Minister of Finance announced, and I quote, "This year we have achieved our objective to bring public sector debt to less than the statutory level of 80% of GDP. By June 2025, we'll be largely below the statutory level and closer to our medium-term goal of 60% of GDP," unquote. However, the actual situation is the complete opposite, as I mentioned. Owing to the legacy left behind by the previous government, the debt ratio is now expected to increase to over 90% by the end of June 2025, well above the statutory level. The budget deficit would be 9.5% of GDP against initial estimates of 3.4%. Never in our history of public finance management has there been such gross exaggeration of revenue and underestimation of expenditure. This government, Madam Speaker, is fully committed to a responsible approach to fiscal stewardship. The days of reckless spending, spending on white-on-effort projects, and giving out frivolous allowances and increases as was practiced by the previous government are now things of the past. In view of the disastrous state of public finances that we inherited, our top priority is to implement a credible medium-term fiscal consolidation plan that will bring down the budget deficit and public sector debt to sustainable levels and ensure medium-term macroeconomic stability. We will put our resources where it will have the highest impact in advancing our economic development and uplift the living conditions of our people. Madam Speaker, we will rebuild the fiscal space, promote economic growth, while at the same time protect the most vulnerable. Details on the item of expenditure concerned, as well as explanatory notes that are set out in the estimates of the supplementary expenditure, which have already been laid in the National Assembly together with the supplementary appropriation bills. Before I conclude, Madam Speaker, I would like to inform the House that there has been a typographical oversight in the schedule of Appropriation 2024-2025 bill. Under the heading of Vote of Expenditure in Schedule 9.1, it should have read 9.2. This will be corrected. With these remarks, Madam Speaker, I commend the bill to the House.
Motion to be seconded. Deputy Prime Minister. Yes. Leader of the Opposition, would you like to say a few words?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity today to intervene on these two supplementary appropriation bills, which is a normal process, and this will not be the first time or the last time that we are voting supplementary appropriation bill in this House. I share some of the views expressed by the Honourable Prime Minister, but not all, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today we are tasked in this August Assembly to vote for two estimates. The first one for an amount of 2,800,364,000 rupees, and the second one, 21 billion rupees. And I take note, Madam Speaker, that a huge chunk of this amount will be used to cater for social benefits under the Ministry of Social Security and National Solidarity, such as pensions, child allowance, and CSG benefits. And I believe this is the right thing to do, Madam Speaker. There is also a considerable amount of money which is being allocated for the 14-month bonus. I do commend the Honourable Prime Minister for honouring this commitment, which was first made by l'Alliance Les Peuples, that is the 14-month bonus, and then l'Alliance du Changement followed suit, Madam Speaker. Although that 14-month bonus was promised across the board, we know that only those earning a salary less than 50,000 rupees benefited from the 14-month salary. Madam Speaker, with your permission, I would like to dwell a bit further into the details of the bills, such as, for example, item 31113-003 on page 14 of the estimates regarding the construction and upgrading of roads.
I'm sorry. Maybe you might want to keep this for the Committee of Supply in a while?
Just a few words, Madam.
Okay, but general.
Yeah, because it deals with the construction of public infrastructure, and I believe it is vital to improve traffic. For example, as stated...
Yes, one moment.
Which bill is referring to?
Tell us if it's the first or second bill.
The second one, Madam
Second
Speaker.
bill, all right.
The second one. Like I said, Madam Speaker, it is good to improve public infrastructure, especially this deals with the improvement of traffic in the regions of Vakwa and Kuepip, and it will also provide access for those traveling from airport to pick up flight. Madam Speaker, I also note that provision is also being made for further improvement of road infrastructure towards Gangatalaw to facilitate pilgrims' access during Mahashivaratri, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, now coming to the Supplementary Appropriation Bill 2024-2025, I noticed that 235 million rupees is being allocated as child allowance and another 300 million rupees as CSG child allowance to cater for the higher number of beneficiaries. We know that initially it was for an amount of 2,000 rupees and it has been increased to 2,500 rupees in the previous budget and would have been increased, like I said, to 5,000 rupees had the Alliance Le Peuple won the last general elections. I'm not sure if the present government will increase this allowance, but I would urge the government not to remove this allowance in the forthcoming budget, as many young parents, Madam Speaker, depend on this sum to cope with the increase in prices, which has impacted products which are directly related to a baby's well-being. Madam Speaker, same goes for the CSG benefits and the CSG income allowance. I see also a sum of 350 million rupees and 1,150 million rupees is being voted in this bill, and we know that around 500,000 Mauritians benefit from the CSG allowances. Now, Madam Speaker, depending on the category of workers, these workers can earn between 1,000 to 3,000 rupees every month, and I believe it or not, Madam Speaker, this made a huge difference for those employees whose earnings have been heavily impacted by the constant increase in the prices of commodities over the last 3 months, and coupled with two other issues, that is the increase in repo rate and the maintaining the prices of mogas and gas oil. Again, Madam Speaker, I will stress on that. That is, government to give due consideration in maintaining the CSG benefits to all the beneficiaries, as this is a sum that helps and supports a lot of Mauritian families. Now, Madam Speaker, let me come to salary relativity adjustment. The previous regime introduced the minimum salary in 2018, and this has consistently been increased until we have reached a guaranteed minimum wage of 20,000 rupees. And I believe this also, Madam Speaker, helped Mauritian families to meet the increasing cost of living. And I'm sure maybe in the forthcoming budget, there will be an increase in the minimum salary. However, Madam Speaker, salary relativity is essential to ensure that all categories of workers, be it in the public sector or in the private sector, earn a salary that is worth their position, experience, and effort, and I'm sure government will address same. Let me sum up, Madam Speaker, by saying that when it comes to social agenda, this government will have my full support. And I reiterate, and I hope this doesn't fall in deaf ears, Madam Speaker. There is a huge effort that has been made over the past 5 years to reduce inequalities between categories of workers and social groups. The introduction and constant increase of the minimum wage, coupled with other allowances such as the CSG allowance, the child allowance, have helped support vulnerable families, especially in the wake of an increase in prices of basic commodities. So, to conclude, Madam Speaker, I will urge this government, if you do not intend to increase those allowances, at least leave these facilities and allowances untouched. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, Leader of the Opposition.
Madam Speaker,
You're winding up speech.
yes, I'm winding up, but I can't find the reference in the second bill about construction that you mentioned, that the expenses. I don't
Let's
find,
keep-
maybe it's in the first bill.
Yeah. Honourable Prime Minister, it might be easier for everyone if the Leader of the Opposition will take it up again when we reach Committee of Supply. Because now we're making an overall,
Yeah, then you can do it.
yeah, if you don't mind, Leader of the Opposition, you can come back on this later on. Okay, at Committee of Supply.
He's got no supply.
Let us have your winding up speech, please.
Just to say, Madam Speaker, that is very plain, that I've said it at the beginning of my speech. They've just spent money that wasn't there. So what did they do? They printed money. Any young person here who has done economics would know what happens when you print money and you put it in circulation. You increase inflation, you depreciate your rupee, and you create prices go up. This is what we're living with today. People expect magic. We're trying to stabilize the rupee and to make prices go down. But it will take time because this is what has happened. So much money was put in circulation. I'm surprised that, in fact, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition even wanted to speak on the bill, because that is the situation. And when we arrived, we had promised the 14 months. We did at the maximum that we could absolutely wreck the country, the economy, just because we didn't even know that you had done so much damage. So this is what we have done, and this is why I'm saying that it's very simple, Madam Speaker. We can only make sure that we bring the debt level down. It cannot be 90%. If we do that, the Moody's will absolutely surely want to downgrade us, which we don't, we want to avoid. If Moody's downgrade us, it will be not because of us, it will be because of you, but the consequences for the country is going to be terrible. We'll become a junk, they will describe it as the junk state, which means there will be no investment. Nobody would want to invest in a country where you're not sure. A junk state means that you invest in the country, but you're not sure you'll get your money back. Who will invest? So this is why we want to avoid a downgrading by Moody's. Absolutely we want, but the situation is terrible. 90% of debt doesn't mean we have to do a lot of effort to bring that down. I don't know when we talk about statutory 80%. When I was Prime Minister, it was 60%. Maybe during the year when you came, you increased it to 80%, I don't know. But it was 60%, and when I left in 2019, it was just below 60%. Yeah, 2014, just below 60%, 59.8 something percent. But it was below 60%, below the target. This is what they've done with the economy during the 10 years. So this is what I want to say, Madam Speaker. This is what we are trying to do, and this is what we will do.
Will you please commend the bill again to the House, Prime Minister?
I commend the bill to the House, Madam Speaker, both bills.
Both bills, and both are being seconded by the Deputy Prime Minister. Yes? The question is that the Supplementary Appropriation Bill 2023-2024, number 2 bill, and number 8 of 2025, and the Supplementary Appropriation 2024-25 bill, number 9 of 2025, be read a second time. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Public Bills Committee of Supply.
Honourable members, before we proceed with the Committee of Supply, I have to inform the House that an indicative time allocation has been worked out and agreed upon by the whips in regard to each vote item wherever applicable. As we proceed, the time allocation will be announced, and I will exercise some flexibility wherever the need arises. We will proceed page by page for the orderly conduct of the Committee of Supply. I further wish to draw the attention of honourable members to Standing Order 73.3, which reads as follows. Discussions at the committee shall be confined to the details of the estimates and shall not refer to the general principles of government policy and administration. I appeal to honourable members to be brief in their questions and honourable ministers to be brief in their replies. I rely on your collaboration. We will start with the consideration of estimates 2023-2024, number 2 of 2025.
Vote 1-2, Office of the Vice President.
The question is that the sum of 197,000 rupees for vote 1-2, Office of the Vice President, stand part of the schedule. Those in favour say aye, those against say no. The ayes have it. I didn't hear.
Vote 1-5, Office of the Electoral Commissioner.
The question is that the sum of 2,435,000 rupees for vote 1-5, Office of the Electoral Commissioner, stand part of the schedule. Those in favour say aye, those against say no. The ayes have it.
Vote 1-18, Financial Crime Commission.
The question is that the sum of 63,835,000 rupees for vote 1-18, Financial Crime Commission, stand part of the schedule. Those in favour say aye, those against say no. The ayes have it.
Vote 9-2, Social Security and National Solidarity.
The question is that the sum of 2,643,188,000 rupees for vote 9-2, Social Security, National Solidarity, stand part of the schedule. Those in favour say aye, those against say no. I'm trying to look. You look on this side and you look on this side. Ministry.
Vote 15-1, National Infrastructure.
The question is that the sum of 90,691,000 rupees for vote 15-1, National Infrastructure, stand part of the schedule. Those in favour say aye, those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is, I do report to the House estimates of the Supplementary Expenditure 2023-2024, number 2 of 2025, has passed the committee stage without amendment. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Consideration of the Supplementary Appropriation 23-24, number 2, Bill number 8 of 2025. Clause 1, short title. Schedule.
The question is that the schedule stands part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 1, short title. Clause 2, appropriation of sums of supplementary expenditure in respect of services of government.
The question is that clauses 1 to 2 stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Title and enacting clause.
Question is that the title and enacting clause stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The question is that I do report to the House that this Supplementary Appropriation 2023-2024, number 2, Bill number 8 of 2025, has passed the committee stage without amendment. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. I will resume my chair. Je ne sais pas si c'est à moi. Thank you. You may be seated. Honourable members, I have to report to the House that the estimates of supplementary expenditure 2023-2024, number 2 of 2025, and the supplementary appropriation 2023-2024, number 2 bill, number 8 of 2025, have passed the committee stage without amendment.
Public bills, third reading.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the Supplementary Appropriation Bill 2023-2024, number 2, Bill number 8 of 2025 be read a third time and passed.
Yes, seconded by the Deputy Prime Minister. The question is that the Supplementary Appropriation 2023-2024, number 2 bill, number 8 of 2025, be read the third time and passed. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. We got a bit of time, huh? One moment. No, we won't. Should no. Continue. Il est tôt, là.
Public bills, Committee of Supply.
Okay. I'm sorry, it's very complex. I'm sure the young people are not really understanding what's going on.
Sorry, madam.
Thank you. You may be seated. Ouais, allez.
Consideration of the estimates of supplementary expenditure 2024-2025 of 2025. Vote 3-1, housing and land use planning.
The question is that the sum of 1 billion. I'm sorry. Yes.
I want,
One-
with regards to,
Come on. Let him speak, please. Please.
but committee, I sit
Your
down.
committee. Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you for
I
telling
would
me.
like to know, for the construction of social housing units, I see there is 466, provision for 466.
Let me at least, maybe you should allow me at least to go through that, and then I will give you time to speak on that item. Is that what you want?
Okay.
Is to speak on that item. Okay. I was saying the question is that the sum of 1,300 million rupees for vote 3-1, housing and land use planning, sent part of the schedule. Now you want to query that? Yes. Yes, please.
So I would like to know, firstly, Chair, for the 466 housing units being constructed, can we have an estimate of completion? And secondly, the total number of housing units.
No,
Committee of Supply,
committee.
you don't stand up.
Committee. We're all learning. No. Some are not. I'm learning. Don't worry. Don't worry.
You don't stand up.
Minister will reply. You finished?
Yes.
Yes,
So my
Minister.
question is the estimate time
Yes.
and the total completion under that project.
Yes, Minister.
Madam Chairperson, there are 466 as per the document that has been circulated, houses. And for the completion dates, there are different dates there, and I can table the document, but for Solitude, 17 units have already been handed over to beneficiaries.
Can't hear you, Minister. I'm so sorry.
That is quite rare.
Probably it's me.
It's age, I guess.
Say it again.
I say it again. So 17 units have been handed over to beneficiaries for Solitude. 1, Melrose, progress status 86%, expected completion date 31st of May 2025. Solitude 2, expected completion date June 2025. Henrietta, expected completion date 30th of July 2025. Wootton, completion date expected completion date August 2025. Sebastopol, expected completion date 31st of August 2025. Cat Coco, 31st of August 2025. And Camp-Itier, 31st of August 2025. As I've said, it's 466.
Okay. Let me just clear the issue of procedure. It seems il y a un flottement, parce que à l'époque, vous étiez toujours resté assis, n'est-ce pas? We just checked. When addressing the House, a member must stand up. Okay? It's not a question of committee of supply or not, but I'm sure that it is because at one point you were all... Are you happy with the answer, Honourable?
Yes, the second question I had was for the total project of construction.
Yeah, maybe he didn't give...
Because this is supplementary appropriation. I wanted to know how many houses were completed under the construction, the whole.
Under that particular item, there are 466 houses, and the project cost is for 1,460,742,759.32, and the total expenditure to date is 400,801,828.04.
Okay. Honourable Juman, yes?
Thank you, Chair. On the same item number.
Same item, yes?
Yes. Can I know from the Honourable Minister the total amount paid as consultancy fee, and if you can table the list of beneficiaries?
Madam Speaker, Madam Chairperson, I do not have the detail as far as consultancy fees are concerned, but I undertake to table it. However, as far as beneficiaries are concerned, it would not be proper, I believe, for me to table the list of beneficiaries. But what I must say is that, as I've stated earlier on, in all those houses, the previous government had pretended that they've been delivering a lot of houses, but only 17 out of the 466 have been delivered. And out of the 8,000 that has to be built, less than 50 have been delivered. 50. So if the honourable member wanted to score by trying to obtain an answer that delivered, in fact, no, they failed. Thank you.
Anyone else on that item? Anyone else? Yes. Mr. Juman, Ms. DPM, please. Mr. Juman is first.
Sorry, Chair, I don't know if it is right when the Honourable Minister said it is not proper for him to table the list of beneficiaries, because we are in Committee of Supply. We want to know, and we have a right to know who are beneficiaries, what work they have.
Beneficiaries of, if the honourable member means beneficiaries of each house, the 17 houses. No. Oh, that I totally no. So they would not be qualified, if I may, as beneficiaries. Let's say as service providers.
Yes.
And I would give those details, and I will table the details.
You'll table that. Not beneficiaries of houses. Okay. Anyone else? Next. Okay. Question 1 was housing and land use. The question is the sum of 1,300,000,000 rupees for vote 3.1 housing and land use planning stand part of the schedule. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Vote 6-1, Ministry of Land, Transport and Light Rail.
The question is that the sum of 600 million rupees for vote 6-1, Ministry of Land Transport and Light Rail, stand part of the schedule. Anybody wants to query? Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The question is that, sorry, you have a question? On a voté.
Vote 9-2. Vote 9-2, Social Security and National Solidarity.
Yes. Il faut essayer de suivre là. Hein. Je vais m'arrêter un petit moment, ça me donne le temps de respirer, et vous, ça vous donne le temps de poser des questions. Okay? The question is that the sum of 5,500 million rupees for vote 9-2, Social Security and National Solidarity, stand part of the schedule. Anyone? Okay.
Yes.
Yes. Question. Stand up, please.
Thank you. Child allowance. I'd like to know, Madam Speaker, how many beneficiaries are there benefiting from child allowance as at now?
Fair enough, yes. Yes, Minister?
Yes, I don't have this.
Stand up, please.
I don't have this information right now, but I will table the information to the House.
Okay. All right, anyone else? Yes? Stand up, please.
Yes. With regards to payment of bad weather allowance, social aid, again, if I may know, what is the amount paid and how many beneficiaries, fishermen, benefit from bad weather allowance? So what is the amount that they benefit from and the number
Amount and
of
number,
beneficiaries?
yes.
I know which number the Honourable Member is referring.
It's
9202.
that's it, 9202, social protection.
Yes, again, I don't have the information. I will table the information.
All right. Continue now. Okay, now the question is that the sum of 5,800 million rupees for vote 9-2, Social Security, National Solidarity, stand part of the schedule. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Vote,
Okay.
vote 18-1, Ministry of Health and Wellness.
The question is that the sum of 1,500 million rupees for vote 18-1, Ministry of Health and Wellness, stand part of the schedule. Yes, anybody on? Yes, Dr. Amir.
Thank you, Madam. Just also have a few details with regard to item 18102, where it said delays in filling of vacancies. Would the Honourable Minister give us detail of the list of vacancies that are to be filled? And secondly, in terms of areas, which type of areas we are talking about, since there has been so much talk about health working staff having not been paid overtime? Thank you.
Filling of vacancies and payment of allowances, right?
I'll give you the answer, please. It's so long, I have to take some a bit of time. That is additional provisions. No, I do have. There had been, because
Okay.
the reason for performing overtime,
Here you are, Minister.
filling of vacancies, Madam Chairman, there are plenty of vacancies which had not been filled.
Never mind.
As a result of which, we had to spend enormous sum of money in overtime. A lot of money had been spent because vacancies were not filled. And I have got a long list. If I'm going to
No, don't
start,
read.
that will take time. So I'm going to table just now a long list of vacancies, and as a result of which we had to pay
Overtime.
a huge sum of money as overtime.
All right. Yes,
Yeah.
please stand up.
I had exactly, similar question. I wanted to know out of the, how many health practitioners, doctors are practicing now, and how many are needed? So what is the
No,
the gap that is missing?
I can't expect. Come with a question. He can't do that now. Honourable Juman.
Thank you, Chair. On the same item number, can I ask the Honourable Minister the total amount of overtime due to date, and it dates back to when?
Total amount of overtime due today, Minister?
Chairman, I have got at least 10 pages.
Call me
So it's very
chairperson,
difficult.
please.
Madam Chair,
I
I'm
haven't
sorry.
changed since
I'm
last
sorry.
time.
I'm sorry. So, Madam, I have got a long list, about 10 pages. It is very difficult for me to, so I'm going to table it.
Yes, Honourable Prayag, please.
Madam Chairman.
C'est pas possible. Honestly. Be gender sensitive, please.
Sorry, Madam. Would the Honourable Minister kindly also table the detailed list of the same Article 18.102 about the medical disposables and minor equipments, about the increase in prices and settlement of arrears for the additional provisions of the products required? Can we have a detailed breakdown of the products that the prices have increased, as well as the settlement in the arrears? We would like to know what products were in the settlement, as well as the companies who are providing same. Thank you.
It's a very tall order for Committee of Supply.
Chair, I have got at least, it is about 20 pages, 25 pages. Yes, 25 to 30 pages, I'm submitting all.
Of course.
It's very difficult for me
Of course. That will help you for further questions later. Okay, are we done? Yes? Okay, if we're done, the question is that the sum of 1,500,000,000 rupees for vote 18-1, Ministry of Health and Wellness, 10 part of the schedule. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Vote 26-1, Centrally Managed Initiative of Government.
The question is that the sum of 11,800,000,000 rupees for vote 26-1, Centrally Managed Initiatives of Government, stand part of the schedule. Questions? Queries? Yes.
For the 14th month bonus, I would like to know the exact amount of employees that have not benefited to date have not received payment at the 14th month bonus.
I can answer it.
Yes.
In fact, we said practically a little bit over 90%. So only 10%. I can give you the exact figures, but that's what it is.
10% have not received. Yeah. Less than. Okay. Okay. Another one?
Yes, I have a question.
Je ne le vois pas si tu te mets là.
But I'm not sure the Prime Minister will be able to answer in details for the 14th month bonus concerning the 10%. May we know, from the 10% that have not been paid, provision has been made for levelling of fines. Is the Prime Minister able to say what actions is being taken to ensure payment?
No, on peut pas. No, this is a matter. One moment. This is a matter of policy. It cannot be raised here. I'm sorry. Okay? Yes. On est là. The question is that the sum of 11,800,000,000 rupees for vote 26-1, centrally managed initiatives of government, stand part of the schedule. Those in favour say aye, those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that I do report to the House that the estimates of supplementary expenditure of 2025 has passed the committee stage without amendment. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no.
Consideration of the Supplementary Appropriation 2024-2025 Bill, number 9 of 2025, the schedule.
The question is that the schedule stands part of the bill. I suppose that's okay. Those in favour say aye, those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 1, short title. Clause 2, appropriation of sums for supplementary expenditure in respect of services of government.
The question is that clauses 1 to 2 stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Title and enacting clause.
The question is that the title and enacting clause stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Final question. The question is that I do report to the House that the Supplementary Appropriation Bill number 9 of 2025 has passed the committee stage without amendment. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Thank you. You may be seated. Thank you. Honourable members, I have to report to the House that the estimates of supplementary expenditure 2024-2025 of 2025 and the supplementary appropriation 2024-2025 bill number 9 of 2025 have passed the committee stage without amendment.
Public bills, third reading.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the Supplementary Appropriation 2024-2025 Bill number 9 of 2025 be read the third time and passed.
Seconded by the Deputy Prime Minister. The question is that the Supplementary Appropriation 2024-2025 Bill number 9 of 2025 be read the third time and passed. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. I propose that we break here for lunch. Yes. We will resume at 2 o'clock, is that it? Yes. Honourable members, have just come back from Lévêché, where I met Monsignor Durand on your behalf. So I transmitted to him personally whatever we said this morning. I think the Prime Minister went just before me. And he wants me to convey to you his thanks for your deep sympathies. Thank you.
Public bills, second reading.
Yes, Deputy Prime Minister, floor is yours.
Oui, Madame Speaker. Un des plus grands crimes du MSM ces dernières années aura été la drogue. Un des plus grands échecs du MSM ces 10 dernières années aura été la drogue. Un crime en particulier a été commis quand le gouvernement MSM a dissous, dans les circonstances que l'on sait, la NATRESA, sans remplacer cette institution qui avait ses défauts, ses faiblesses, mais qui avait le mérite d'exister. Ils ont dissous la NATRESA et ils se sont rendus coupables tout au long de ces 10 dernières années d'une complicité quotidienne, active, avec les barons de la drogue, avec les gros importateurs et avec les trafiquants en général. C'est pourquoi, Madame Speaker, une des top priorités de l'Alliance du changement, c'est précisément la lutte, le combat contre la drogue. Une des urgences de ce gouvernement, c'est d'abattre le monstre de la drogue. C'est pourquoi vous vous souviendrez, Madame la Présidente, que lorsque j'ai parlé sur le discours, le programme gouvernemental 25-29, le 7 mai, je m'étais permis de dire que, de mon point de vue, les deux urgences, des urgences ces jours-ci, sont la drogue et l'électricité. Le risque qui nous pend au bout du nez concernant l'électricité. Mais la drogue tue déjà. La drogue martyrise déjà, surtout les jeunes, pas seulement les jeunes, malheureusement. Surtout la drogue synthétique, ce monstre que c'est devenu. C'est pourquoi pour nous, Madame Speaker, il nous faut réaliser, il nous faut faire deux choses urgentes en même temps. Deux choses qui sont séparées. Je m'expliquerai, deux choses qui sont séparées mais qui sont liées. D'une part, casser les reins des barons de la drogue, casser les reins du trafic de drogue. Et ensuite, réhabiliter, aider les victimes. Et c'est pourquoi tout au long de l'existence du MMM, nous n'avons jamais raté une occasion de faire la différence entre les criminels, les trafiquants et les victimes, les malades, surtout aujourd'hui les jeunes. C'est plus facilement dit que fait de combattre ces deux choses en même temps. Casser les reins des importateurs de drogue, des trafiquants de drogue, et en même temps aider ceux qui sont tombés victimes de la drogue. En ce qui concerne le combat contre le trafic de la drogue, les choses sont aujourd'hui entre les bonnes mains du Premier ministre, du nouveau Premier ministre. Le Premier ministre, le nouveau commissaire de police, le nouvel là-dessous est déjà au travail et donne déjà des résultats, mais il faudra faire 10 fois, 100 fois plus. Le commissaire de police est conscient de ses responsabilités. Là-dessous devra tout le temps faire mieux, progresser, faire plus. Cela n'est pas devant cette Chambre aujourd'hui. Ce n'est pas de cela que nous sommes appelés à discuter. Bien sûr, la plupart des orateurs et moi-même, je fais référence à la source du mal, l'importation et le trafic de la drogue. Mais aujourd'hui, ce qui est devant nous, c'est l'autre moitié du travail, c'est-à-dire aider, réhabiliter. C'est ça qui est devant cette Chambre aujourd'hui. Preventive, treatment, rehabilitation. C'est ça qui est devant nous ces jours-ci, devant cette Chambre. Ce que nous avons apporté devant cette Chambre, c'est un adressat complètement et profondément amélioré et renforcé. Nous avons fait un travail d'équipe pour présenter quelque chose de vraiment solide. Un adressat profondément renforcé et amélioré, avec à la tête, et c'est tout un symbole, mais c'est en même temps toute une réalité, avec à la tête le Premier ministre, le vice-premier ministre du pays, pas moins de 16 ministres et le chef commissaire de Rodrigues. Tout le monde est embrigadé dans cette lutte pour prevention, treatment and rehabilitation des victimes, des drogués. D'une part, donc, il y a une National Agency for Drug Control, présidée par le Premier ministre et toute une équipe de ministres pour superviser, insuffler, inspirer à travers un National Drug Control Commission le combat, parce que cela aussi c'est un combat, le combat pour aider les victimes de la drogue. Il y a donc dans ce texte de loi, d'une part, un National Agency for Drug Control et il y a un National Agency for Drug Control dirigé par un board pour le combat au jour le jour pour aider les drogués, pour aider les victimes de la drogue. Ce Drug Control, ce board, sera présidé par M. Sam Lotan et avec le docteur Soliman comme Chief Executive. Nous, les responsables politiques, le Premier ministre, le Vice-Premier ministre, je le répète, pas moins que 16 ministres et le chef commissaire de Rodrigues, nous serons là pour suivre, pour aider, pour donner du souffle, de l'inspiration dans un combat peut-être aussi difficile que le combat contre les trafiquants de drogue, celui pour aider les victimes. Donc, il y aura le M. Sam Lotan et le docteur Faisal Suleiman pour faire le travail et donner des résultats, et aider les victimes. Tout le monde, Madame le Speaker, tout le monde connaît le combat sans relâche et sans peur de Sam Lotan. Je n'ai pas besoin de le présenter. Contre la drogue, au péril de sa vie. Et tout le monde connaît la valeur du docteur Suleiman, qui a une longue et riche carrière aux Nations Unies et dans beaucoup de pays du monde. Dans ce combat, parce que je le répète, cela aussi c'est un combat pour aider les victimes de la drogue. Nous avons beaucoup travaillé en équipe, Madame le Speaker. Nous avons beaucoup travaillé en équipe. Le Prime Minister's Office et le Premier ministre lui-même. Mais le Prime Minister's Office, toute une gamme de ministres, à commencer par l'Attorney General et son équipe, que je remercie et je salue, pour tout le travail abattu, et Sam Lotan et le docteur Suleiman nous ont bien aidés pour emmener ce texte de loi-là. Ça n'a pas été facile, et on a travaillé vite. C'est quelques mois, là, après les élections générales, parce qu'une de nos priorités a été la préparation de ce texte de loi, pour faire la moitié du travail. Je le répète, le travail de répression des trafiquants, des importateurs, etc., ce travail-là est entre les bonnes mains du Premier ministre, du nouveau commissaire de police et du nouvel adjoint. Maintenant, ce que nous créons aujourd'hui aura l'immense responsabilité de faire l'autre moitié du travail, c'est-à-dire d'aider, surtout les jeunes, mais les victimes de la drogue en général, hommes comme femmes d'ailleurs. Nous avons beaucoup travaillé en équipe. Le résultat est devant vous et devant cette Chambre. Je le répète, un ATRESA complètement et profondément amélioré et renforcé. Nous avons une obligation de résultat. Aucun homme, aucune femme de l'île Maurice ne peut rester le cœur insensible devant ce qu'on constate tous les jours en ce qui concerne les ravages de la drogue, surtout parmi les jeunes. Nous avons produit un ATRESA profondément renforcé et amélioré, Madame Speaker. Mais comme j'ai l'habitude de le dire, nous resterons ouverts à des améliorations. Nous ne croyons pas avoir toutes les réponses. Nous avons fait notre travail, nous avons le droit d'en être fiers, pas d'avoir la grosse tête, mais d'en être fiers. Nous avons fait notre travail, mais nous restons à l'écoute, nous resterons à l'écoute. Nous resterons ouverts à des améliorations. Seulement, de grâce, donnez le temps à cette nouvelle institution de fonctionner. C'est à l'expérience que nous verrons ce qu'il faut améliorer, ce qu'il faut renforcer, ce qu'il faut changer même. C'est une grande aventure dans laquelle nous sommes tous engagés. Aujourd'hui parlementaires, demain responsables à la tête et au sein de cette organisation. Le board du National Agency for Drug Control, je tiens à le souligner, le board du National Agency for Drug Control inclut 6 ONG, 6 forces vives, 6 organisations non gouvernementales qui seront choisies, qui seront nommées par le Premier ministre après toutes les consultations nécessaires. Et il y aura, j'en suis certain, et il faut que ce soit ainsi, il y aura des débats. Il n'y aura pas seulement du travail fait pour aider les victimes, mais il y aura des débats aussi. Des débats en profondeur autour de tout le problème de la drogue, des victimes de la drogue, des façons de les aider. Nous sommes condamnés à un débat permanent pour trouver à chaque fois de nouvelles solutions. Et ce n'est pas les trafiquants de drogue qui manquent d'imagination ces temps-ci, malheureusement. Donc, il y aura des débats ouverts, approfondis au sein de ce board du National Agency for Drug Control. Et j'allais oublier de dire, je suis certain que le Premier ministre et nous tous ensemble, quand nous choisirons ces 6 ONG qui participeront avec les experts à ces débats, il faudra veiller à ce que tous les courants de pensée soient représentés. Il ne faut pas juger d'avance, décider d'avance ce qui est bon, ce qui est mauvais. Il faudra que tous les courants de pensée se retrouvent au niveau de ce board et qu'il y ait des débats vraiment libres, approfondis. Des débats, y compris sur la question du Gandia, qui est d'actualité ces temps-ci. Il faut que ce soit discuté en profondeur au niveau du board, et c'est finalement c'est finalement le National Agency for Drug Control, présidé par le Premier ministre, qui tranchera la question. Pas à toute vitesse, dans n'importe quelle condition, à tête reposée, à tête réfléchie. Il y a de graves décisions. Il n'y a pas seulement un travail terrible à faire, énorme à faire, mais il y a aussi une réflexion, il y a des débats à provoquer pour amener d'autres changements, Madame la Speaker. Je tiens à souligner que le board du National Agency for Drug Control travaillera, il le faut, travaillera avec le ministère des Sports et des Loisirs. Le sport et les loisirs, le ministère des Sports et des Loisirs auront un rôle clé à jouer dans ce combat. Et c'est pourquoi, d'ailleurs, le ministre des Sports et des Loisirs sera sur la commission et le représentant du ministère sur le board du National Agency. Mais pas seulement le sport et les loisirs, pas seulement le ministère des Sports et des Loisirs. Il faudra aussi que les municipalités, et demain, les nouvelles municipalités, les municipalités ressuscitées dans les jours à venir, il faudra que les municipalités, de même que les district councils, jouent un rôle qu'ils ont joué dans le passé. Vous vous souviendrez vous-même, Madame la Présidente, de l'époque où le sport au niveau des municipalités, le sport et les loisirs remplissaient vraiment un rôle extraordinaire. Ce temps va revenir. Ce temps doit revenir. On crée aujourd'hui une organisation terriblement importante qui n'a pas le droit d'échouer. Mais en même temps, nous avons le droit de compter aussi sur les municipalités et demain les district councils réformés. De même que, comme je le disais, sur les sports et les loisirs, pour nous aider dans cette lutte ô combien difficile, mais exaltante qui nous attend pour aider toutes les victimes de la drogue. Madame le Speaker, je terminerai en disant un des plus grands défis qui est devant nous, c'est de réussir ce combat contre la drogue. Casser les reins aux trafiquants de la drogue. Pas de blablabla comme certains ces dernières 10 années. Mais vraiment, même si c'est nécessaire au risque de nos vies, casser les reins d'une part aux trafiquants de la drogue, mais d'autre part, aider nuit et jour les victimes de la drogue. C'est un des grands défis que nous avons à relever. C'est pourquoi c'est un des top priorités de ce gouvernement du changement. Nous devons gagner le combat contre la drogue et je suis persuadé, Madame la Présidente, que nous gagnerons ce combat tous ensemble. Merci.
Je vous remercie. Je passe maintenant la parole à la députée de Port-Louis-Nord, Montagne-Longue.
Merci, Madame la Présidente, de me donner l'opportunité aujourd'hui d'intervenir sur cet important texte de loi qui doit venir, je dirais, soulager les larmes de ces milliers de parents et d'individus qui souffrent. Nous n'allons pas réécrire l'histoire. L'honorable Premier ministre a rappelé durant son intervention la semaine dernière comment le problème de la drogue s'est développé à chaque fois que le MSM s'est retrouvé au pouvoir. Personne n'oubliera les ravages du brown sugar introduit en 1983, d'abord distribué gratuitement pour causer la perte de la jeunesse. Puis les drogues de synthèse ont explosé sous le dernier régime, encore une fois avec le MSM au pouvoir. Il y a eu d'autres dérives comme la vente des topettes d'alcool anti-sachets jusqu'à un étudiant en meurt. Mais qu'ont fait les jugnuts? absolument rien, si ce n'est que de soutirer toute cette mafia, que ce soit en 1983 ou encore durant les 10 dernières années où ils étaient au pouvoir. Ils ont cru pourquoi se cacher derrière le rapport Lam-Shamlin pour laisser la situation se détériorer et s'empirer. C'est pourquoi aujourd'hui, je me tiens dans cette assemblée. Je salue le courage et la volonté politique du docteur Navin Ramgoolam de devenir avec the National Agency for Drug Control Bill. Cette législation traduit l'engagement et la volonté du Premier ministre et du gouvernement pour tenter d'éradiquer ce fléau. Et pour donner l'exemple, l'honorable Premier ministre et l'honorable Deputy Prime Minister joueront un rôle clé au sein de la commission à venir. Mais la drogue est un problème à la fois sociétal et clinique. L'addiction aux drogues illicites est une maladie. Et la personne addicte est une personne malade qui doit en bénéficier de tous les soins nécessaires. Durant les années, le déficit majeur de notre politique en matière de lutte contre la consommation de la drogue a été l'extrême faiblesse des actions de prévention. C'est le fond du problème. Ensuite, c'est le regard de la société, le rejet d'individus pris dans le piège des marchands de la mort. Ceux-là à qui on fait croire qu'ils n'ont pas de place dans la société, dans leur famille ou encore dans le monde du travail, privé ou public. La drogue, mes chers collègues, ne choisit pas une communauté, une circonscription ou une classe sociale. Petit ou grand, riche ou pauvre, elle foudroie tout sur son passage. C'est pourquoi je souhaite bonne chance à la nouvelle agence quand on ne veut plus voir les dégâts que la drogue cause chaque jour. Mais c'est un problème multidimensionnel et on ne pourra pas se reposer sur nos lauriers attendant des résultats sans que chaque Mauricien et Mauricienne n'y apporte sa contribution. Certaines nations ont opté pour la législation du cannabis, notamment, force est de constater que le bilan global est plutôt mitigé. Dans certains pays, on entend dire que la consommation est en baisse. Dans d'autres, au contraire, on constate des dégâts sur le plan clinique qui sont beaucoup plus considérables qu'avant la législation de ces produits. La question n'a donc pas de réponse simple, malheureusement. Mais il apparaît clairement que l'élément clé, c'est bien évidemment la prévention. Certains pays, notamment du nord de l'Europe, peuvent se targuer des résultats plutôt positifs. Je pense notamment à la Suède et à la Norvège, où la prévention commence généralement dès l'école primaire. Les élèves ont droit à plusieurs heures de formation dans le cadre des programmes hebdomadaires visant à développer leurs compétences psychosociales pendant toute l'année scolaire. Dans des conditions, il est plutôt normal d'assister à des résultats conséquents, madame. Il apparaît évident également que la répression seule ne fonctionne pas. Tout le monde est aujourd'hui convaincu. L'ancien président Barack Obama, je cite, l'a dit, c'est pourquoi j'estime que l'exemple suisse se doit être cité. Il fonctionne sur la base de 4 piliers essentiels. D'abord, la prévention, la prise en charge, qui est la thérapie, ensuite la réduction des risques et la répression enfin. C'est un modèle efficace quand il est bien mené, qui a fait ses preuves face à tout type de drogue. L'état de droit doit ramener le crime sous le seuil de l'insupportable. Il faut adopter une politique de zéro tolérance, comme nous allons le faire à l'égard des barons de la drogue, tout en soignant leurs victimes. Malheureusement, durant des années, un laisser-faire a laissé beaucoup de tort à une génération. On ne doit pas laisser passer sous silence ce qui se passe dans nos prisons où des condamnés s'adonnent à du trafic de drogue depuis leurs cellules, car ils n'ont plus rien à espérer ou à perdre avec notre sentencing policy. Pour en finir, l'honorable Roukni avait affirmé la semaine dernière « Catastrophe is knocking at our doors ». I'm not afraid to say that this did not start le 11 novembre 2024. J'ajouterai que c'est ce jour que la population nous a confié son espoir pour éradiquer ce fléau. Je souhaite à Sam Lotan et à son équipe de nous guider dans cette tâche ardue au sein de la nouvelle agence, de proposer des politiques en phase avec la réalité du terrain, de rester réceptif comme il l'a toujours fait, afin qu'ensemble, on trouve la lumière au bout du tunnel dans le combat contre la drogue. Que Dieu nous aide à accomplir notre mission. Merci.
Merci d'avoir respecté le temps, surtout. Le third member for Port Louis, Mr. Kugan Karapen, Honourable Kugan Karapen.
Madame la Présidente, le temps qui m'est alloué pour intervenir sur ce projet de loi important étant assez limité, permettez-moi d'aller directement dans le vif du sujet. La guerre contre la drogue a été un échec total et retentissant. Ces paroles ne sont pas les miennes, mais celles de Volker Türk, le haut-commissaire des droits humains des Nations Unies. Ces paroles, il les a prononcées en décembre 2024, quelques jours à peine après la victoire retentissante de l'Alliance du changement aux élections générales à l'île Maurice. Oui, Madame la Présidente, la guerre contre la drogue a été un échec total et retentissant. Le haut-commissaire des Nations Unies a ensuite fait un plaidoyer pour une réforme radicale de la politique globale concernant les drogues, en mettant l'emphase sur le fait que des décennies de stratégies répressives et punitives ont détruit d'innombrables vies et endommagé des communautés entières. Il a de ce pas fait un appel urgent pour qu'il y ait un changement de cap vers une politique basée sur des données factuelles et centrée surtout autour des droits humains, mettant la santé publique, la dignité humaine et l'inclusion à l'avant-plan. Dans un monde parfait, il n'y aurait pas d'usagers de drogue. Tout le monde serait heureux et l'accès aux drogues serait inexistant. Seulement, la réalité est tout autre. On ne vit pas dans un monde parfait, à coup sûr, et c'est dans ce contexte que nous devons, en tant que législateurs de la société mauricienne, décider de l'approche à adopter en matière de politique de drogue. En écoutant les interventions de certains de mes collègues sur ce projet de loi, j'ai malheureusement l'impression que l'émotionnel a pris le dessus sur le rationnel. Déclarer la guerre totale aux trafiquants narcotiques est a priori l'option la plus logique. Éliminons l'offre et le problème sera résolu. Madame la Présidente, le chemin de l'enfer est pavé de bonnes intentions. Et il ne faudrait pas que le chemin de l'enfer de la drogue soit pavé des bonnes intentions de ce gouvernement. Je comprends tout à fait la volonté de certains, voire d'une majorité, de promouvoir une approche répressive et brutale. On veut tous protéger nos enfants après tout. Mais que faire quand cette approche a souvent été un lamentable échec à travers le monde? Un rapport du National Drug Secretariat, datant de 2021, estime la population d'usagers de drogue à Maurice autour de 55 000 personnes, soit 7,4% des personnes âgées entre 18 et 60 ans. Ce chiffre est probablement plus proche des 10% dans la réalité, soit un Mauricien sur 10 parmi la population active, ce qui constitue un marché économique extrêmement lucratif. La réalité économique est telle que tant qu'il y aura de la demande, l'offre suivra. Ne serait-il donc pas naïf de penser que le simple fait de traquer les trafiquants actuels fera disparaître les substances illicites? Peut-on réalistiquement empêcher la drogue d'entrer dans le pays compte tenu du fait qu'on habite sur une île? C'est pour cela que je privilégie l'aspect lié à la réduction de la demande de ce projet de loi. Il me semble plus logique de s'atteler à réduire la demande, car l'offre ne peut survivre en l'absence de demande. À ce stade, je trouve opportun de faire une incursion dans la valeur marchande du trafic de drogue dans le pays. La valeur marchande des saisies de là-dessous entre 2018 et 2022 toujours selon le National Drug Secretariat, se situait à 11 milliards de roupies. Oui, Madame la Présidente, 11 milliards de roupies. Et là, on ne parle que de ce qui a été saisi. Quand on sait que la drogue se vendait à peu près librement sous le précédent régime, on peut facilement déduire que la valeur marchande annuelle du trafic de drogue dans notre République dépasse facilement les 10 milliards de roupies annuellement, si ce n'est les 15 milliards. Et quand on considère le prix de revente des substances narcotiques, on comprend facilement que le trafic de drogue est la vraie poule aux œufs d'or de l'économie mauricienne. Plusieurs articles de presse font état de la vente du gramme de cannabis, aussi connu comme le gandia, dans une fourchette variant de 3 000 à 4 000 roupies, alors que le prix pratiqué dans d'autres pays avoisine à peine les 500 roupies par gramme. Au final, le consommateur de drogue subit aussi un appauvrissement économique conséquent par rapport à son addiction. Madame la Présidente, il est extrêmement important de comprendre les dynamiques qu'entraîne le prix de marché de certaines drogues par rapport aux tendances liées à la consommation de produits illicites. Au vu de la flambée du prix du cannabis sur le marché local ces dernières années, ils sont nombreux, surtout ceux avec des moyens financiers limités à avoir recherché un produit de substitution. Et ce produit, il se nomme la drogue synthétique. Cette drogue de synthèse, à base de produits extrêmement nocifs pour la santé, certains parlent même de poison pour rats, est en train de zombifier notre jeunesse. Ma circonscription, ainsi que toute la région de Port-Louis, est sévèrement affectée, particulièrement les quartiers dits populaires. Alors que le cannabis est considéré par tous les experts comme étant moins dangereux que des substances comme l'héroïne, la cocaïne, l'alcool et la cigarette, les drogues de synthèse sont mortelles. Ce sont des poisons. Il y a malheureusement un flou en ce qui concerne le taux de mortalité lié à l'usage de drogue dans notre société. Mais ce qui est certain, c'est que le nombre de jeunes ayant succombé au tristement célèbre œdème pulmonaire est en hausse drastique depuis l'apparition des drogues de synthèse. Ils sont des dizaines, voire des centaines de Mauriciens à avoir perdu la vie après avoir consommé des drogues de synthèse. Madame la Présidente, il y a une urgence nationale par rapport à la prolifération des drogues synthétiques. Il nous faut agir et agir rapidement et de façon décisive. Madame la Présidente, l'espoir de ce projet de loi réside dans la création de la National Drug Control Commission, une instance dans laquelle siégera 16 ministres, sous la présidence du Premier ministre et du Deputy Prime Minister. Et c'est aux membres de la National Drug Council Commission que je m'adresse pour conclure mon intervention. Au vu de la situation alarmante dans le pays, surtout concernant la prolifération des drogues synthétiques, je leur demande de considérer la politique du moindre mal, c'est-à-dire le principe qui aide à prendre des décisions éthiques dans des situations moralement difficiles. Au nom de la réduction des risques au niveau national, je leur demande sérieusement de considérer un assouplissement de la position gouvernementale vis-à-vis du cannabis, allant même jusqu'à sa légalisation. Et cela pour sauver notre jeunesse. L'alcool et la cigarette, deux drogues plus dangereuses que le cannabis pour la société, se vendent déjà librement et rapportent beaucoup d'argent aux caisses de l'État, une bonne dizaine de milliards de roupies annuellement. Une légalisation du cannabis permettrait non seulement au gouvernement de prélever une taxe conséquente, mais bénéficierait aussi grandement à la société, Premièrement, l'appauvrissement systématique des usagers de drogue au profit d'une poignée de trafiquants serait grandement ralenti. Et deuxièmement, peut-être plus importante, la situation chaotique, surtout dans les quartiers populaires où règnent en maître les trafiquants et leurs acolytes, devrait connaître une amélioration notable. Pour véritablement combattre le fléau de la drogue, il faudrait s'y prendre bien en amont. La raison principale pour laquelle des personnes se droguent et développent une addiction est la recherche d'un échappatoire. Échapper à quoi? Échapper à des traumatismes de l'enfance ou de l'adolescence, que ce soit des abus physiques, verbaux ou sexuels, ou même encore le fait d'avoir évolué dans un environnement familial toxique. Les recherches démontrent clairement qu'un adolescent victime de traumatisme pendant l'enfance est 3 fois plus à risque de développer une addiction. Plus de 7 enfants sur 10 qui ont essayé une substance illicite avant l'âge de 13 ans ont développé une addiction. Voilà de quoi faire réfléchir la National Drug Council Commission sur les axes prioritaires en matière de politique de prévention. En économie, on parle souvent de la politique de tax the parent, support the child. Une approche semblable devrait être considérée en matière de politique de drogue à Maurice. C'est littéralement une question de vie ou de mort. Et j'espère que les membres de cette commission en ont pleinement conscience. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Je vous remercie. Honourable third member for Port Louis, Dr. Omir.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This bill could not have come at a better time, particularly when we are witnessing the changing landscape of drug consumption in the country at large. Madam Speaker, this bill has been comprehensively enacted as it entails virtually all the aspects of drug prevention and drug control, looking into what we call rehabilitation, substitution therapy, and reinsertion in the community. However, there are still a lot of questions that are being asked about the dispensing of methadone in certain areas. I would urge the Commission, the NADC, to look into, of those who are stable, whether home dispensing of methadone should be a reality for some, irrespective whether the other drugs such as buprenorphine can be used. We have also seen that this bill has entailed and mentioned the collateral consequences of drug consumption in the field of medicine, particularly in HIV, AIDS, hepatitis. I would ask and request the mover of the bill to also consider having as an entity a special vascular unit that will look at all drug users who have been using intravenous drugs and have had their veins blown off or destroyed. Likewise, we see them with heavy bandages on the right, left arm or feet. Madam Speaker, the choice of the Prime Minister, the head of the Commission, together with the Deputy Prime Minister, highlight the seriousness with which the government approaching the drug issue control. It brings political authority. Notwithstanding the inclusion of this Attorney General is an important step as drug policy entails legal and constitutional issues, as well as our drug policies need to comply with legal framework and human rights standards. Madam Speaker, everybody in this House must have been horrified and dismayed at the sight of seeing individuals who have been consuming synthetic drugs, semi-arch on their motorbikes, flex on the roads, cannot stand on their feet, scramble to get from the roads, and sometimes looking oblivion to what's going around them. Such is the powerful effect of the neurotoxin of the drugs that are present, that these people can no longer have any idea where they are. The black mamba and O's of the past, new craze, paper synthetic drugs, black pie, and now we are seeing videos of students going to school using a much new method, huffing, taking and sniffing from bottles. This will have to stop. I'm sure the NADC will be looking at that. Madam Speaker, as the bill clearly mentioned, the collaboration of the forensic department together with international agencies is obviously important to increase the precision of tracking and identification of drugs. However, drug lords and drug barons are always a step ahead because they are under their hand any explosive cocktail that they can find their hands and that have severe immediate neurotoxic effect that will make it more appealing to the drug consumers. It is extremely very complicated to have advanced knowledge of the pharmacokinetic and the thermodynamic capacities of these new toxic drugs. I strongly recommend that benzene, acetone, methanol, or others that are being used as solvent be classified substances and rigorously controlled. Therefore, if forensic department will always be a step backward due to the imagination of drug traffickers and drug barons, we have to look at the social determinants of drug control. And this is why, Madam Speaker, brings me to the chain of transmission of drugs in the country. Drug barons and drug lords need to survive only because they have intermediaries that work for them to dispense their lethal product to those who are hooked on taking drugs. Who have not seen the slinking, aux allures louches of individuals sitting on the streets, crouch on their knees, and hoping to get their next victim and get them to buy drugs. These people are the ones that are the intermediate to what I call these drug barons and their CEOs, if I can make it that way. Who has not been a visit to Richter Cemetery, Bois Marchand Cemetery, line along completely, houses after houses, these intermediates, jockeys as we call them, these jockeys. And today, not recently, 5 days ago, there's a new trend. We have moto jockey. They are the ones who come, pick you, take you to the drug den and buy it. And there was quite a fight, if I can put it, in my constituency only a few days ago. We have to act, the NADC will need to act with full decisive and deterring manner, using the full force of the law to keep our streets clean. Our streets have to be kept clean. I'm talking about the capital, the city, where I've grown up, where I'm a member of the assembly. The streets need to be complete. We need to steal the fear factor in them. Likewise, simple example, Donald Trump wanted those who did not have a passport or the permit to stay in this country to get out. And he targeted Chicago. You know what happened? At 5 o'clock, Chicago is clean. No cars, no parties, no people on the street. The fear factor was instilled. Madame Speaker, ces mini-laboratoires de drogue synthétiques ou succursales de vente, comme je les appelle, où j'ai grandi dans la capitale, font pillon sur rue. Même tous les jeunes de certains quartiers qui vont acheter des friandises dans la boutique du coin peuvent vous dire exactement où se vend la drogue, où se vendent les drogues synthétiques. Mais pourquoi? Et pourquoi jusqu'à maintenant, ces marchands de la mort ont pu continuer de plus belle? La volonté de l'ancien gouvernement n'était pas là et certains brebis-galeuses de la force policière étaient des maîtres trop occupés à frotter du gel et pendant ces 10 dernières années. L'ancien gouvernement nous a dit ad nauseam, moi pour casser le trafic en la drogue. Mais qu'est-ce qui s'est passé? Zolfine caresse trafic en la drogue. Mais non, on les a vus dans tout son sens. Les Franklin, les frères Gorobi, les Diodaniers, ses bonbonnes, le tractopelle au destinataire inconnu et ses balades en mer avec ses députés en bel loisir. Pendant 10 ans, l'histoire s'est répétée comme avec le même gouvernement MSM qui s'est répété les Amsterdam Boys. Madame Speaker, pas plus tard que 5 jours de cela, il y a un rapport que l'île Maurice et Air Mauritius has been identified as being in the limelight in the traffic of drugs. I have the paper, I can share it with anybody. I'm sure many of you have it. And talking about ghost suitcases. Who has been bringing ghost suitcases in this country? This has started from the previous government, and the NADC should look under his umbrella as any authority, the narcotics and everyone, to make sure that this should stop. Madame Speaker, en tant que député candidat aux élections de novembre 24, Le combat contre la drogue et ses algorithmes était de façon régulière et ces avocats qui étaient candidats, je me faisais un devoir de les dénoncer, qui ont été mentionnés dans le rapport Lam Changlin, quitte à m'attirer des foudres de leurs partisans. Pourquoi? Pourquoi je l'ai fait? Parce que semaine après semaine, j'ai assisté à des funérailles où les pères de famille enterrent leurs jeunes de moins de 30 ans. C'est pas facile à voir un papa porter le cercueil de son enfant, aller au cimetière seulement à cause de l'hécatombe de la drogue. Mais ma plus grande satisfaction a été le jour du dépouillement, quand dans les salles de décombres, j'ai été très content. Sur les votes, je n'ai reçu aucun vote des sympathisants du MMM, quitte à sortir 3e dans la circonscription du MSM. Je répète, aucun vote de sympathie du MSM, quitte à sortir 3e. Madam Speaker, the Lam Shangri report has described our seacoast as porous. I wish to highlight that in the chain of transmission of drugs, we have a few black sheep skippers. The skippers play a major role in the business of drug trafficking. The skippers and those who obtain pleasure craft license, be it outside lagoon, inside lagoon, come from the Mauritius Tourism Authority. And the Mauritius Tourism Authority from the ministry should have a stringently controlled system. Madame Speaker, je voudrais parler rapidement, permettez-moi de faire une incursion dans ce fameux jargon des barons de la drogue, quand le MSM était au pouvoir, gouvernement dans nous la main. Si je termine là-dessus, je n'ai pas complété mon discours, c'est juste la malchance. Mais il faut que tout le monde en sache. Je l'ai vécu. Je l'ai vécu personnellement, ce qu'on appelle gouvernement dans la main. Un vendredi soir, quelqu'un qui faisait son travail comme portier au cinéma de Rex, en empêchant les barons de la drogue d'y pénétrer et avoir une altercation, et il y a eu une mêlée. Le lendemain, c'était la vengeance. On l'a poignardé au su au vu de tout le monde devant le marché central. Et le corps de cet homme, bien bâti, est retourné chez lui, enveloppé dans son linceul, recouvert, taché de sang. Ce jeune homme n'était autre que mon voisin, le locataire de mon père. Il y avait comme épouse une rayonnaise avec un enfant avec des difficultés neurologiques. C'était un drame. Et ces marchands de la mort, devaient 3 jours plus tard, dans une voiture Nissan Sunny jaune pâle, je pourrais même donner le numéro ici. Je l'ai vécu, je l'ai vu. S'asseoir sur le toit de ces voitures et chanter à tue-tête, gouvernement dans nous la main. Ces caïds de la drogue étaient soutenus par le gouvernement alors. C'est pourquoi aujourd'hui vous me voyez venir devant vous, parler avec tant de conviction. On ne devrait jamais revoir cela. Et avant de terminer, pourquoi les contrôles de deliveries de drogue n'aboutissent pas? N'aboutissent pas dans plusieurs cas. Et la dernière fois, on avait même une policewoman officielle qui a été malheureusement tuée dans le sud de l'île. Il va falloir que le National Drugs Control voit tout ça de très près. J'en ai beaucoup à dire, mais je dirais quelque chose pour terminer. Juste pour terminer, madame, une minute, je suis un peu perdu. The NADC has an immense job to do, a really big job. I wish good luck to Mr. Suleiman, Dr. Suleiman and Mr. Lutan, whom I have known very well. Dr. Suleiman has been a colleague of mine, and I have seen his dedication in the prevention of drugs. And I congratulate the Prime Minister and the Deputy Prime Minister for have brought such an important bill to the House as a tangible proof of our electoral pledges within the initial 6 months of government. Good luck to you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Honourable Third Member for Black Flag, Bon-Accueil. Mr. Rankalawan, yes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to express my wholeheartedness support for the National Agency for Drug Control Bill, the NADEC, a bill that, in my humble view, represents not just a legislative step forward, but a necessary moral reckoning. For years, we in this House have heard, and at times perhaps too easily forgotten, the stories that have emerged from the underbelly of our society. Stories of young lives cut short, of parents waking up every day to the grief of having buried a child, not because of accident or because of a disease, but due to the steady and silent poison that is drug addiction. Honourable members, we cannot pretend not to have seen these tragedies. We cannot pretend that they happened in the shadows. These are stories that played out in every corner of our republic, in our city and towns, in our villages, and yes, even in every constituencies we are privileged to represent. For every name we remember, there are countless others we do not. Yet, each of them was someone's son, someone's daughter, someone's world. And all the while, the cries of parents, siblings, and entire communities echoed unanswered. Their voices, their sufferings, they must never fall on deaf ears again. Madam Speaker, one of the objectives of this bill is to allow the coordination and monitoring of the treatment and rehabilitation of persons who use drugs and the social integration. Today, one of the biggest challenges in this war against illicit drugs is a shift of focus, which was seen to be exclusively on repression to a balanced approach of aspects of prevention, treatment, rehabilitation, and relapse prevention. The House will remember that the previous government, led by the MSM party, had closed down the NATRESA in 2016. NATRESA had as objective to coordinate and facilitate efforts at national level towards the implementation of programs for the prevention of substance abuse and the treatment and rehabilitation of substance abusers, and to mobilize resources locally and internationally for treatment and rehabilitation of substance abusers, and advise, guide, and help voluntarily social organizations engage in the prevention of substance abuse and in the treatment and rehabilitation of substance abusers. However, since the dissolution of the NATRESA, and at no time, neither had the previous government enforced the law to concentrate on the prevention aspect, to channel victims to appropriate rehabilitation center, nor has the previous government set up an appropriate program to emphasize on the social reintegration of illicit drug users, which is why the need for this bill to be passed, and it should be supported. The war against illicit drugs requires a scientific and step-by-step approach, as rightly recommended by the Commission of Inquiry on Drug Trafficking report. It is important that we also focus on the psychosocial, cultural, and contextual factors that are pushing the youngsters to the initiation with drugs, of which the continued use is leading to abuse and dependence. This is why the creation of the NADEC is not merely important. It is urgent, it is essential, and is long overdue. This new institution will be far more than a rebranding exercise. It is envisioned as a central, empowered body to oversee, coordinate, and execute a national drug control strategy with truth, with empathy, and with clarity of purpose. It will address both sides of the crisis. On one hand, the demand for drugs through structured prevention campaigns, rehabilitation services, and meaningful social integration of those affected. On the other hand, the supply of drugs through coordinated efforts to disrupt trafficking, reduce availability, and prosecute the networks that profit from the misery. Importantly, the bill recognizes that harm reduction must be part of our approach. We can no longer accept a one-size-fits-all punitive model. We must instead support those battling addiction as persons in need of help, not just punishment. This includes reducing the transmission of HIV/AIDS and hepatitis C, which disproportionately affect persons who use drugs. The NADEC will be backed by a well-defined administrative structure comprising several divisions, including policy and strategy, rehabilitation, public awareness, and prevention. This institutional architecture is designed to ensure not just operational efficiency, but a holistic and human-centered response to drug abuse. And let us not overlook the most crucial element, the creation of the National Drug Control Commission, to be chaired by the Prime Minister himself. This will ensure direct oversight and high-level policy alignment, as well as synergy across all relevant ministries. It demonstrates political will at the highest level, a clear message that the government will no longer tolerate fragmented or half-hearted approaches. Madam Speaker, this bill is a turning point. It is our opportunity as legislators and representatives of the people to finally say, we have heard you. To the mother who lost her son, to the father whose daughter vanished into the cracks of a broken system, to the child who no longer remembers what a safe home feels like. How can I forget the episode at Fond du Sac some years back? And I have as witness my friend, Honourable Ganga Parsad, Honourable Bichuk, where a grandmother rushed toward us with tears in her eyes. I quote, "Hamad nati, hamad microwave 200 rupiah mein bech delak la drogue khatin," which means my grandson sold my microwave for 200 rupees just to buy drugs. It is a declaration that we, as a nation, are prepared to confront the drug crisis not only with the force of law, but with the force of compassion, planning, and unity. Let us not delay or dilute what is necessary. Let us rise to the occasion and enact this legislation with the seriousness it deserves. As an educator of sociology, this direction is of utmost importance. The whole process from initiation to physical and psychophysical dependence has to be properly understood and explained in each school, colleges, and to all other stakeholders. We need to encourage the whole Mauritian community to mobilize against drug trafficking, use and abuse, impact on the mindset change, provide efficient resources to the authorities, and more so, work alongside socio-cultural organizations whose contribution is essential in reaching out to all citizens of the country. Today, Madam Speaker, the drug situation is very alarming in schools and colleges. And for this, we need to act fast and in a very efficient manner. Therefore, we need to address issues such as inadequacy of sensitization programs, lack of mechanisms in identifying vulnerable students, and lack of specialized mechanisms consisting of experts who can contribute in psychosocial aspects. L'encadrement of those youngsters have to be considered as the Commission of Inquiry on Drug Trafficking report VIII highlighted. The drug issue was being undermined and not taken seriously, as warranted by authorities, and thus concerned stakeholders did not assume their role as to drug issues in schools and colleges. Effective treatment approaches accompanied by well-structured psychosocial support services with a clearly defined roles and responsibilities of all personnel involved have to be considered under this bill. During the electoral campaign, this alliance on the government side had voiced out massively against the use of illicit drugs, and today, under the leadership of the Honourable Prime Minister, we are proud that we are taking the initiative to enact appropriate laws to address the problem of illicit drugs. It is important that all stakeholders, including concerned ministries, customs, police, non-governmental organizations, act together to consolidate the activities to fight against drugs and more so the rehabilitation process. I would just quote a famous Indian philosopher. I quote, जिस उम्र में जवानों को मोहब्बत का नशा करना चाहिए, उस उम्र में वो नशे के मोहब्बत में है. Which means at the golden age of being intoxicated in love, the youth of today is in love of being intoxicated to drugs. Thank you, Lady.
It's all right. He translated. We're being nice. I think the next person is the third member for Rodrigues. Madame Manon, yes.
Madam Speaker, my speech won't be a long one, but I could not stay silent on such a bill relating to drugs, as my speech does not entail only my voice, but it echoes the voice of my people who live in fear of Rodrigues becoming a haven for drug traffickers, and whose hearts are heavy with worry as our youth stand vulnerable to the devastating grip of synthetic drugs. Albert Einstein said, "The world will not be destroyed by those who do evil, but by those who watch them without doing anything." End of quote. Today we stand at a critical juncture, faced with a reality we can no longer ignore. The fight against drugs is not just another agenda item. It is and must remain one of the most urgent and vital missions of this government. This bill marks a crucial first step in the fight against drug proliferation, paving the way for other legislation on drugs to follow. The drug situation in Mauritius is dire, and as Rodrigues forms an integral part of our republic, it must not and cannot be spared from the same level of attention and action. If anything, Rodrigues, given its size, isolation, and social vulnerabilities, demands even greater vigilance. The statistic from the anti-drug and smuggling unit in Rodrigues provide a snapshot, though perhaps only a partial one, of what we are up against. In 2023, 101 individuals were arrested in connection with drug-related cases. Among them, just one juvenile. This number dropped to 40 in 2024. A positive sign, maybe, but we must look deeper. These arrests were primarily linked to cannabis. Cases involving the uprooting of plants, possession of seeds, smoking cases, and smoking apparatus. There were no reported cases involving hard drugs, and just 2 cases in 2023 related to psychotropic pills. On paper, these numbers may seem very modest compared to mainland Mauritius. But reality, as echoed by NGOs, hospital workers, and youth officers on the ground, may be far more troubling. We must acknowledge a crucial limitation. Rodrigues currently lacks the facilities and tools to detect hard drug consumption or synthetic drug influence. This is not a luxury. It's a necessity. We cannot allow ourselves to be lulled into a false sense of security. We cannot wait for a crisis to erupt before we act. As of now, Rodrigues has no adequate treatment and rehabilitation center, but there are work being done towards such by the Commission of Health, with the means available, of course, but we need more help. This is why Rodrigues also welcomed this bill, because we must be prepared, Madam Speaker. What happens if the numbers we see are just the tip of the iceberg? That said, we commend the initiatives already taken by the Rodrigues Regional Assembly. A high-powered committee under the aegis of the Chief Commissioner's Office is actively working on sensitization and prevention. The Commission for Youth, in collaboration with CRAC, ADSU, the Commission for Health, and the Rodrigues Council of Social Services, has mobilized to deliver awareness campaigns throughout the island. A peer-to-peer approach is now being used. 10 youth council members trained since 2023 to engage their peers in schools, villages, and youth centers. And I must take the opportunity to express my heartfelt congratulations to all those working tirelessly in Rodrigues to combat the proliferation of drugs, especially the dedicated police forces and committed youth officers whose unwavering efforts are making a meaningful difference across the island. Madam Speaker, prevention efforts are underway, but prevention alone cannot seal all cracks. We need strong preventive measures, but we also need systemic support. We need to integrate Rodrigues into the broader anti-drug framework being implemented in Mauritius. The National Agency for Drugs Control Bill is therefore a welcome development. It represents a national commitment to combating this menace. We are pleased to see that Rodrigues is not overlooked in the bill. It was initially mentioned that the Chief Commissioner of Rodrigues may only, upon request by the Prime Minister, attend NADCC meetings. We thank the Honourable Prime Minister for having listened to our request and has amended this. The Chief Commissioner now has a full seat on the NADCC. We believe that Rodrigues needs this full seat and equal voice granted so that Rodrigues can actively contribute to and benefit from the national strategy. We also welcome the bill's provision for drugs use prevention education to be implemented in schools, a much-needed move, especially in Rodrigues where our children are highly vulnerable. Mais ne nous voilons pas la face. Let us not pretend the threat will be easily tackled. Drug abuse will escalate even more if we do not act decisively. We cannot afford to beat around the bush for fear of opening a so-called Pandora's box. Most of us will say that the box is already open. Are we delaying action because we fear confronting the very forces that may be feeding this crisis? Do we dare to ask the hard questions? Isn't it time to rethink the legal status of cannabis? The decriminalization of cannabis is increasingly supported by scientific research highlighting its medical benefits, especially how it effectively alleviates symptoms in conditions like chronic pain, epilepsy, and anxiety. Given these findings, many argue that maintaining the criminal status of cannabis ignores its potential as a safer therapeutic alternative. But this shall be another debate, but I humbly ask the NADCC to address as urgent. I am sure this bill is a precursor to the one that our nation really seeks. Madam Speaker, the time for reflection is over. The time for action is now. We must ensure that Rodrigues remains a land of hope, and we must give Mauritius its time of salvation. This bill is a step in the right direction, but it must be backed by equal commitment, resources, and representation. Let not our fear fail our children. Let not our inaction fail our future. With these words, I commend this bill, Madam Speaker.
Honourable members, I would appreciate if the Deputy Speaker could take the chair.
Honourable members. Honourable Prayag, you have the floor.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is with a deep sense of duty, hope, and unwavering commitment that I rise to address this esteemed House on the National Agency for Drug Control Bill. As a practicing medical doctor with years of experience in social service, I stand here not just as a parliamentarian, but as someone who has witnessed firsthand the devastating impact of addiction on individuals, families, and communities. Today, we are having a legislative framework that reflects our collective resolve to confront the scourge of drugs that has plagued our nation for far too long. I begin by commending our Honourable Prime Minister and Deputy Prime Minister for their visionary leadership and urgency in bringing forward this meticulously crafted bill. Their dedication to addressing this pressing issue head-on is a testament to their commitment to the well-being of our nation. Mr. Deputy Speaker, recent surveys paint a sobering picture of the drug epidemic in Mauritius. It is estimated that nearly 29% drug users in Mauritius fall between the ages of 18 to 24. It is on our streets, it is in our schools, and even in our homes. This bill needs to be addressed with compassion, clarity, and a commitment to safeguard the future of our youth. The success of this bill depends on us, on our collaboration, and our determination to make it work. It demands that we rise above partisan divides and work together for the greater good of Mauritius. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the drug problem is not just about substances. In addition to stolen youth and shattered families, it is also about the overburdened healthcare systems and rising crime. It is about the invisible chains that bind individuals in the cruel cycle of addiction and exclusion. This national emergency demands decisive action, strategic coordination, and a robust institutional response. Mr. Deputy Speaker, being a healthcare professional, I will only speak briefly about two important aspects today: demand reduction and harm reduction. I wish to emphasize the importance of demand reduction. Substance use disorder are well-documented pathologies requiring proper diagnosis and treatment according to the latest editions of the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, Edition 5, and the International Classification of Diseases, Edition 11. Mr. Deputy Speaker, addiction is not a moral failing or a lack of willpower. It is a chronic brain disease. According to the National Institute on Drug Abuse of the United States of America, addiction is defined as a chronic relapsing disorder. It is characterized by compulsive drug seeking and use despite adverse consequences. The term chronic, meaning persisting and constantly recurring, is crucial here. This understanding has profound implications on how we approach treatment and policy making. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is time we recognize that individuals struggling with addiction are patients in need of care. It is time we move beyond punitive measures. Just as we manage chronic diseases like diabetes and hypertension with long-term care and support, addiction demands sustained evidence-based interventions. It requires medically assisted treatments, harm reduction strategies, and comprehensive rehabilitation programs, including cognitive behavioral therapy. This bill provides us with an opportunity to establish specialized, universally accessible departments and rehabilitation centers staffed by experts in addiction medicine, psychiatrists, psychologists, specialized nurses, and other healthcare professionals. The Ministry of Health and Wellness will have a crucial role in addressing this dormant situation, aggravated during the previous 10 years. In this regard, I invite my fellow members of the House to refer to the Rat Park study conducted by the Canadian psychologist Bruce K. Alexander in the late 70s. This study challenged the prevailing notion that addiction is solely driven by the pharmacological effects of drugs. Instead, it highlighted the critical role of environmental and social factors in addiction. It reminded us that social connection between mental stimulation and overall well-being are essential in reducing addictive behaviors. Our Ministry of Youth and Sports, Arts and Culture, Gender, Environment, Local Government will definitely create more opportunities and facilities for our youth to turn away from drugs. In brief, all the stakeholders, that is, other ministries that are mentioned in the bill, have a special role in supporting this legislation together with the Attorney General's Office, NGOs, the police force, and even the Chief Commissioner of Rodrigues. Mr. Deputy Speaker, harm reduction is another critical pillar of this bill. Methadone, for instance. Methadone is the golden standard. Is often misunderstood by the layperson. Yet, it is medically approved treatment for opioid use disorder worldwide, with both anti-withdrawal and anti-craving properties, that is, psychological dependence. The issue is not with the medicine itself, but with its dispensing. A challenge that this bill will address through a well-structured framework. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is imperative that this legislation works in close collaboration with the Forensic Science Laboratory, as well as the Government Analysis Division, to rectify a critical error that has persisted over the past decade. The error of misclassifying all new psychoactive substances that are commonly called synthetic under a single category. This approach has led to a one-size-fits-all treatment model, which is neither scientifically sound nor clinically effective. Methadone must remain the gold standard for opioid use disorder. But we must also recognize the importance of other medication, such as Suboxone, Naltrexone, and emerging new treatments like Lofexidine, Brixadi, Modafinil, and Nabilon. Furthermore, it is crucial that we differentiate between drugs grouped as stimulants, depressants, hallucinogens, dissociative, empathogens, psychedelics, and other classes. I urge my fellow honourable members to refer to the drugs wheel to have an idea about what kind of drugs we have and what kind of treatment modalities we should adopt. This means that this legislation must put an end to the oversimplification of the previous government and ensure that our strategies are as precise and diverse as the substances and conditions we aim to address. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I would like to draw the attention of this House to the issue of rehabilitation facilities for young women and girls, a matter that requires both sensitivity and urgency. Would you believe that currently there is only one functioning female rehabilitation ward in Mauritius, in the entire country? Over the past decade, no separate center was established to cater specifically to the needs of young women and girls under the age of 24, be it even those under the age of 18 who are in their formative years, who should have been closely monitored by the ombudsperson. This has created an untenable situation where a young girl eager to seek treatment and rehabilitation finds herself sharing the same space as older, more experienced individuals with severe addiction issues. While every individual deserves compassion and care, we must recognize that the needs and vulnerabilities of a young girl are vastly different from those of a mature adult. It is not just about providing treatment. It is about creating a safe, supportive, and age-appropriate environment that fosters healing and recovery without stigma. This is not just about stigmatization. We are not stigmatizing anyone, but it's about tailoring our approach to meet the needs, the unique needs of every individual seeking help. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this bill emphasizes the need for infrastructure and expertise. Many regions in Mauritius, including northeast, east, southern parts, lack proper facilities to address substance use disorders. We must ask ourselves whether a patient with addictive behavior will travel hours, even change 2 or 3 buses to attend treatment induction on a daily basis, or will he or she prefer to default? Why do only 4 of our 6 methadone induction centers in Mauritius are still concentrated only in Port Louis and Lower Plaine-Williams till today? Has substance abuse only been an urban problem for the past 10 years? We need dedicated hospitals and rehabilitation centers staffed by trained professionals. For example, the Bruno Chong Hospital, which currently lies closed, could be transformed into a fully functional rehabilitation center. Imagine the impact of having all the necessary experts under one roof working together to tackle this issue. This is the kind of bold, innovative thinking we need to make a real difference. And I must mention, hearing the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness expressing his noble intention in making it happen in the near future. In closing, I wish to address the biopsychosocial model, a well-established framework in medical and psychological practice. This model emphasizes the need to address the biological, the psychological, and the social factors that contribute to addiction. Only by understanding these interconnected dimensions can we hope to rehabilitate individuals effectively. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the NADEC bill is a landmark piece of legislation. It reflects our collective commitment to addressing the drug problem in Mauritius with intelligence, compassion, and determination. It acknowledges the complexity of addiction, the importance of harm reduction, and the need for comprehensive, coordinated action. Let us not underestimate the challenges ahead. Let us not lose sight of the hope this bill represents. Together with unity and resolve, we can build a healthier, safer Mauritius for future generations. This bill will not end drug abuse overnight, but it will definitely begin something more powerful, a coordinated, intelligent, and humane response that saves lives and futures. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Second Member for Rivière des Anguilles, Souillac. Let me remind you, you have only 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. the Deputy Speaker, sir. I would like from the very outset to inform this august assembly that the National Agency for Drug Control Bill might be one of the most important bills to be discussed during this mandate. If there is a problem qui ronge notre société, a problem with a capital P, which is slowly but surely devastating our society. It is a drug problem. I mean drug trafficking and drug addiction. Si on reste les bras croisés et ne rien faire, this social scourge may contribute to societal collapse. Indeed, Mr. the Deputy Speaker, this bill has a power of bringing a social change by changing the behavioral pattern of certain people. And in our fight against drug trafficking and drug dealing, this bill may represent a game changer. As a father, as a citizen, as a politician, and now as a member of this government, we are duty-bound to fight against this national problem. As the Honourable Prime Minister said, it represents a national commitment. Mr. the Deputy Speaker, I will stick to this paradigm in dealing with this bill, namely, where are we now, where we want to be, and how do we reach there. Where are we now has been discussed lengthily by all my colleagues since last week. From their intervention, supported by facts, figures, and examples, I can rightly conclude that, firstly, never in the history of this country, so much drugs have entered the country in the last 10 years. Secondly, never in the history of this country there has been so much drug addicts in each and every corner of the country. Personne n'est à l'abri. This is where are we now. My second question, where we want to be. Of course, a drug-free Mauritius, but this paraît un peu trop prétentieux, trop même, a very tall order, Mr. Sam Lautan. But let me quote John Lennon, who said, and imagine, you may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you join us and the world will be as one. Let's come to the main course. How do we reach there? In fact, this bill is all about how do we reach there. That is, addressing drug use prevention and drug control issues in Mauritius. Mr. the Deputy Speaker, the demand reduction of drugs calls for education, education, and education. My dear friend, the Honourable Minister of Education, will agree that we need to educate the students, we need to educate the parents, and we need to educate our educators how to tackle this problem. Education and awareness is key in the demand reduction of drugs. We need, amongst others, we need age-appropriate drug education into our school curriculum, peer education programs, emotional management, counseling and mental health services, parent education, training for teachers and school staffs, mentorship programs, influencers partnership through social media and media campaigns on positive lifestyle. I believe in choice architecture. That is, the youngsters will have to know the dangers awaiting them, to be able to nudge their behavior, to make them think in the way we want. Mr. the Deputy Speaker, in our fight to reduce the demand of drugs, we need firstly recreational and development programs in terms of youth engagement programs such as creativity, sports and arts. Our colleague, the Honourable Minister of Youth and Sports, will have a daunting task. For instance, in my constituency, we have neither a gymnasium nor a stadium, et encore moins une piscine. Nous avons des terrains de foot. Merci. Nous avons des terrains de foot qui sont dans un état déplorable et sans éclairage. Et il y avait deux ministres, un ministre de Finances et un de la Santé. All this leads to monotony and boredom and lack of occupation and leisure activities to the youngsters. Secondly, we need community and public support in terms of community drug watch and support groups, whistleblowers upon drug access to the community, particularly in the drug-prone areas. Religious organizations have a vital role. Together with NGOs, they can provide life skill training. Monsieur le Vice-président, the drug addicts, les drogués, comme a si bien dit the Deputy Prime Minister, sont des victimes. Ce sont des personnes malades. Ils ont besoin de nous. Il faut les tendre la main. We need to help them move from social exclusion to social integration. Even pills will not be isolated, unlike what the Honourable Leader of Opposition said. Indeed, pills will have an agency on which it can hold on. This bill provides for the rehabilitation and social integration of people who use drugs. Rehabilitation programs, in my humble opinion, can take the form of residential rehabilitation programs, adolescent-specific rehab programs, counseling and behavioral therapy, medication-assisted treatment program like the methadone. Monsieur le Vice-Président, while I am for the provision of methadone, like my friend Mr. Prayat, Honourable Prayat, yet I believe that there is a pressing need to review the way it is being distributed. And I urge that we move in that direction. We need to change our mindset towards the drug addicts to facilitate their reintroduction. This bill also empowers the National Agency for Drug Control to coordinate the supply reduction of drugs by preventing, reducing, or disrupting the entry, production, and availability of drugs. Monsieur le Vice-Président, the daily scene between the police and the drug traffickers is like the fight between the tiger and the gazelle. The drug traffickers, like the tiger, the police indeed represent the tigers and the drug traffickers the gazelle. The gazelle must outrun the fastest tiger or perish, while the tiger must outrun the gazelle or starve. Unfortunately, in the motion context, the gazelle, that is a drug lords, wins. Fortunately now, we have a lion to assess the tigers. The best way to determine whether we are successful in preventing or disrupting the entry of drugs is to look at the street price of synthetic drugs, which kept on falling over the last 10 years, synonymous to the failure of the previous government. Monsieur le Vice-Président, together with stricter controls at all points of entry, whether by air or sea, I believe in the training of our police officers. All those involved in drug control must be provided with the right training and tools well in advance. They cannot be picked from any department of the police and sent to the ADSU and expect them to deliver. It is too serious an issue to allow for on-the-job training. We have even seen some taking protection money. With all due respect to our police officers, I would also humbly suggest that we seek foreign expertise. We can't take chances. Les grave. Doing more of the same with the same persons is less likely to generate different results. Monsieur le Vice-Président, we can go on passing different bills, subsequently laws, but we will all concur that more importantly, it is enforcement of the laws which is necessary. For example, there is prohibition of the sale of cigarettes to minors, yet we all know in each and every corner this is accessible to each and every one. Madame Monsieur le Vice-Président, we are told that a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, but we are not told that it should be in the right direction. This bill is indeed in the right direction. To conclude, Monsieur le Vice-Président, there are three types of people. one who makes things happen, one who watches things happen, and a third one who asks, what happened, like those who are absent today. I feel proud to belong to a government with our Honourable Prime Minister and the team around him, who are people who believe that we can make things happen. Thank you for your attention.
The Honourable Second Member for Obasa-Petite-Rivière.
Monsieur le Vice-président, je me tiens devant cette auguste assemblée avec une conviction profonde. Notre jeunesse mérite mieux que la peur, le silence ou la stigmatisation face au fléau de la drogue. Notre jeunesse mérite mieux que d'être pris au piège, enchaînée par une dangereuse dépendance. Notre jeunesse mérite mieux que d'endurer échecs scolaires, isolation, endettement, troubles de santé physique et mentale, perte d'emploi. Notre jeunesse mérite mieux que de voir leur avenir volé par les marchands de la mort. Et aujourd'hui, avec le National Agency for Drug Control Bill, nous posons les fondations d'une réponse nationale nouvelle, humaine et résolue. Cette agence, placée sous l'autorité directe du Premier ministre, incarnera notre volonté d'agir avec fermeté contre les trafiquants tout en tenant la main aux victimes. Ce projet de loi crée enfin une architecture cohérente et moderne pour faire face à l'un des plus graves défis de notre époque, la prolifération de drogues dures, souvent trafiquées au cœur même de nos villes et de nos villages, et l'irruption de substances synthétiques qui échappent encore à bien des contrôles. Avec la mise en place de cette Agence nationale de contrôle des drogues, nous nous donnons les moyens non seulement de mieux coordonner les enquêtes et les actions policières, mais aussi, et c'est essentiel, d'orienter les efforts vers la prévention, l'éducation et l'accompagnement des jeunes. Cette agence ne sera pas un outil de répression aveugle. Elle aura aussi vocation à fédérer les ONG, les éducateurs, les chercheurs, les familles et les jeunes eux-mêmes autour d'une stratégie fondée sur la réalité du terrain. Il est par exemple urgent de faire distinction entre le cannabis naturel qui fait l'objet de débats légitimes dans plusieurs juridictions à travers le monde et ses dérivés synthétiques qui, eux, tuent. Ces produits artificiels, souvent désignés par des noms anodins comme Spice ou K2, et leurs effets sont imprévisibles. Convulsions, attaques cardiaques, paranoïa aiguë et parfois même la mort. La nouvelle agence pourra enfin centraliser l'identification de ces substances, soutenir des campagnes ciblées d'information et réagir plus vite à leur diffusion sur notre territoire. Car sans information scientifique et différenciée, nos jeunes sont vulnérables aux pièges les plus dangereux. Monsieur le vice-président, l'Islande nous a montré qu'on ne protège pas durablement la jeunesse à coups de slogans, mais par l'investissement dans les structures du quotidien. Là-bas, le gouvernement a réduit de plus de 90% l'usage d'alcool et de drogue chez les 15-16 ans en proposant autre chose. Du sport accessible à tous, des activités culturelles après l'école et un accompagnement parental renforcé. C'est pour cela que j'accueille très favorablement que l'article 8.2J prévoit que l'agence sera responsable de coordonner la promotion des activités extrascolaires, des activités sportives et des programmes de formation de compétences de vie afin de maintenir l'engagement et la résilience de la jeunesse contre l'usage de drogue. Le sport, monsieur le vice-président, est un outil puissant de prévention et dote efficacement les jeunes d'une capacité de résilience. Ces activités sportives atténuent la vulnérabilité des jeunes et leur offrent l'opportunité d'enseigner les compétences face aux risques, leur offrant une meilleure appréhension aux épreuves de la vie et se tenir à l'écart de la consommation de drogue. C'est par la construction de liens, de sens et d'horizons que l'on éloigne les jeunes de la rue et de la dépendance. Il nous faut également, Monsieur le Vice-président, adopter une approche plus humaine, plus lucide envers ceux qui ont déjà sombré. Un jeune qui consomme n'est pas un criminel, c'est souvent une victime. Le Portugal a fait le choix en 2001 en orientant les usagers vers des commissions de santé plutôt que vers les tribunaux. Résultat, une baisse drastique des overdoses, des contaminations au VIH et un accès facilité aux soins. Loin d'encourager l'usage, cette politique a surtout permis de briser le cercle de la honte et de l'exclusion. Et à travers la nouvelle loi, l'agence pourra enfin travailler de manière transversale avec les services de santé, les psychologues, les centres de traitement et les travailleurs sociaux. Il ne s'agit pas de banaliser la drogue, mais de ne plus rater l'occasion d'aider un jeune à s'en sortir. Ce que nous devons aussi affronter, Monsieur le Vice-président, c'est la solitude silencieuse de beaucoup de jeunes. Certains décrochent de l'école, d'autres sont marqués par des violences, des abus ou une perte de repères. Ce sont souvent ces vulnérables que la drogue attire, comme un échappatoire ou un anesthésiant. Ce sont souvent ces vulnérables... Il nous faut renforcer le soutien psychosocial, créer des lignes d'écoute, des centres d'accueil confidentiels et même des programmes d'entraide où d'anciens usagers accompagnent ceux qui veulent s'en sortir. Un modèle enraciné dans la confiance. Monsieur le Vice-président, la lutte contre la drogue ne se gagne pas en vase clos. Elle exige une communauté soudée où chaque jeune, quel que soit son parcours, puisse retrouver un chemin de dignité. En somme, Monsieur le Vice-président, cette loi ne se résume pas à une énième agence administrative. C'est une boussole qui nous permettra d'aller plus loin, car oui, il nous faut aller plus loin. Cette agence nous permet de repenser notre manière de répondre au mal de vivre de notre jeunesse. Elle nous donne les moyens de faire de la prévention une réalité, de la réduction des risques une politique publique et la solidarité un principe d'action. Elle nous donne les moyens de redonner l'espoir à notre jeunesse et les moyens de créer cet avenir meilleur pour nos enfants. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The second member for Flac Bonacay.
Merci, Monsieur le Vice-président. Monsieur le Vice-président, là d'où je viens, je me souviens lorsque j'étais gamin de ces conseils de sages. Une fois la nuit tombée, se réunissaient sous un arbre et dissertaient sur des questions sociétales, philosophiques, existentielles. Mais lorsque j'étais gamin, je me souviens très bien de cette question qui disait que « Dunya mein sabse bhari boj kaun-si hai ?» En traduisant cela, « What's the heaviest thing one can carry ?» La réponse était la suivante. « Burha baap ke kandha par jawan beta ke janaza » En traduisant cela, « An old father carrying the dead body of his young son to the graveyard. » Ce que craignaient nos grands-parents, nos parents, nos grands-parents, il y a 20-30 ans, aujourd'hui, malheureusement, c'est le lot quotidien des familles mauriciennes. L'honorable, à mes côtés, l'a signalé à plusieurs reprises. Avant de poursuivre avec ma dissertation sur ce bill, je regrette l'absence de l'opposition. Parce qu'ils viennent souvent, le leader de l'opposition, avec des questions inopportunes, dépourvues de sens, et lorsqu'on est là pour leur répondre, ils ne sont jamais là. Mais je poursuis quand même. Lorsque le leader de l'opposition dit qu'il considère que cette loi n'est pas sérieuse parce qu'on aurait dû placer cette agence sous un comité parlementaire, mais peut-être qu'il n'a pas lu le bill. The National Agency for Drug Control Bill fait état d'une commission qui est placée sous le plus haut patronat de l'État, avec le Premier ministre et le Deputy Prime Minister. Si ce n'est pas suffisant pour dire qu'on est sérieux dans cette lutte contre la drogue, eh bien, il y a les députés dans cette Chambre qui auront l'occasion, l'opportunité de questionner cette instance, qui nous donneront des réponses. C'est dire le sérieux de ce gouvernement pour œuvrer contre la lutte contre la drogue. Je regrette également, s'il était là, je lui aurais posé cette question. Il a parlé de pills, mais pourquoi les organisations non gouvernementales qui autrefois aidaient les toxicomanes ont dû fermer parce que le CSR, ils avaient changé les règlements de CSR, ce qui faisait que ces ONG n'avaient plus de financement et essoufflés, ces ONG ont disparu aujourd'hui. Je prends un autre exemple dans ma circonscription. Le diocèse de Port-Louis, depuis des années, ils ont un projet d'un centre de désintoxication à Argy, centre de Flac. Ils ont eu 3 arpents de terre offerts par Constance. Qu'est-ce qu'ils cherchaient? Le financement de l'État à travers la CSA. Ça fait 10 ans qu'ils ont couru après le bureau du Premier ministre, les instances qu'il fallait. Ils ont eu 0 financement. 0 financement. Et aujourd'hui, je trouve regrettable qu'ils osent pointer du doigt cette loi. Monsieur le Président, le Vice-président, cette loi est importante parce qu'elle vient faire la différence qui était essentielle. Parce que sous le MSM, trafic de drogue et la lutte contre la toxicomanie, c'était la même chose. Un toxicomane était un vulgaire criminel. Alors qu'avec cette loi, le Premier ministre adjoint en a parlé, qu'on fait de la lutte contre la toxicomanie une lutte essentielle. On ne les traitera plus comme des vulgaires criminels, mais comme des malades, des enfants malades de notre République qui ont besoin de soins. Je remercie l'honorable Prayag pour sa dissertation très médicale sur ce sujet. Mais cette loi me réjouit le plus parce que je considère la lutte contre la drogue comme étant avant tout la lutte contre l'offre de la drogue. Il y en a trop sur le marché. Il y en a trop, et lorsque je lis cette loi, je trouve que l'une des responsabilités de la NADEC is to coordinate the supply reduction of drugs by preventing, reducing or disrupting the entry, production and availability of drugs. Il nous faut combattre l'offre de la drogue avant tout. Je vais vous dire pourquoi. Parce que nous ne sommes plus face à des marchands de la drogue, mais des businessmen de la drogue, de la mort. Ils comprennent bien le marché. Ils ont bien fait les segmentations du marché de la drogue. Mon ami, qui est hélas absent aujourd'hui, l'honorable Ram Etoiria, nous avait expliqué comment sociologiquement ces marchands de la drogue, ces businessmen de la drogue, ont segmenté le marché, cocaïne, héroïne pour le riche, mais il nous reste un large pan du marché des plus précaires, des plus vulnérables. Alors qu'est-ce que nous avons vu aujourd'hui? L'avènement des drogues low cost, les drogues synthétiques. Voilà pourquoi je dis que je me réjouis de l'avènement de cette loi, parce que cette loi, lorsqu'on regarde les divisions de la NADEC, on constate qu'il y a une division dédiée à, dedicated to, the NADEC shall comprise, one of the divisions of the NADEC is to curb down the supply reduction coordination division. It has a supply reduction coordination division. Parce que nous sommes exposés, nos enfants, les enfants de la République sont exposés, mais très facilement, très facilement, face à l'offre de la drogue. Je me souviens de ce père de famille lorsque nous faisions du porte-à-porte à Centre de Flac avec l'honorable Béchou et Ram Kelawal. À première vue, sociologiquement, c'est un père de famille et on ne dirait jamais que son enfant peut tomber dans le piège de la drogue. Un homme très pieux, qui a une très grande famille, des valeurs familiales très riches. Alors, je lui ai posé la question, mais comment ça se fait que toi, ton fils, est tombé dans la drogue? Il m'a expliqué, et ça fait froid dans le dos. Il me dit, écoute, tu sors un billet de 200 roupies, je le donne à mon fils. Je lui dis, tu sais, fiston, va au KFC du coin, va t'acheter de quoi manger. Il dit, lorsqu'il sort de chez lui avec ce 200 roupies, pour aller vers le KFC, il sera approché par au moins une vingtaine de jockeys qui lui tendront de la drogue facilement. J'ai dit, ah bon, à ce point? Il me dit, il va résister au premier, au second, troisième, quatrième, cinquième, sixième, dixième, mais arrivé au 15e, il cédera. Et c'est comme ça que son fils est tombé dans le piège de la drogue. Et je me réjouis que cette loi met l'accent sur comment réduire l'offre de la drogue. Parce que nos enfants sont exposés. Pour comprendre l'ingéniosité de ces marchands de la mort, souvenez-vous de ce landing qui a eu lieu à Goodlands, chez un baron de la drogue. Qu'est-ce qu'on avait retrouvé? Un fût en plastique, un drôme composé de quoi? Pièces de 20 roupies. Qui achète de la drogue avec des pièces de 20 roupies? C'est des écoliers, des collégiens du coin. C'est dire que ces marchands de la drogue sont prêts à aller au plus loin possible pour vendre leurs produits. Ne sous-estimez pas ces tentatives d'introduire de la drogue dans les écoles. Ils veulent pénétrer un nouveau marché. Le marché des écoliers, le marché des collégiens. Voilà, je n'ai pas suffisamment de temps, mais je terminerai ce débat en disant que je vais poursuivre que dans ce combat contre la drogue et la toxicomanie, on ne peut plus regarder le problème du cannabis avec les lunettes des années 1980-1990. Le monde a évolué. Je prône l'ouverture du débat sur la dépénalisation du cannabis parce que il y a un marché du Nissa récréatif. Il y a un marché du Nissa récréatif. Et au lieu de pousser nos enfants vers des drogues de synthèse, les jeunes vers les drogues de synthèse qui vont les tuer, alors c'est pour cette raison, moi qui n'ai jamais fumé une cigarette de ma vie, je suis pour l'ouverture du débat sur la dépénalisation du cannabis. Sur ce, Monsieur le Président, je vous remercie and I commend the bill to this Parliament.
Thank you, thank you. Honourable Minister Outim.
Monsieur le Vice-président, la consommation de drogue à Maurice n'est pas un phénomène nouveau. Selon le rapport de la commission d'enquête sur le trafic de la drogue, publié en juillet 2018, présidé par l'ancien juge Lam Shanling avec comme assesseur M. Samuel Lotan et Dr Dumon, depuis au moins 1834, le ganja et l'opium est consommé à Maurice. Selon un rapport déposé aux Nations Unies en 1952, il y avait en ce temps-là à l'île Maurice 200 consommateurs d'opium réunis dans des fumeries traditionnelles et environ 400 consommateurs de ganja, principalement dans des contextes sociaux ou religieux. L'usage était localisé, personnel et dans la plupart des cas récréatif. Et puis, dans les années 80, sous le régime du gouvernement MSM, Jack Napier, le trafic de drogue et la consommation de drogue a pris son envol. Le rapport de la commission d'enquête sur la drogue présidé par le juge Sir Maurice Rowe, publié en 1987, avait répertorié plusieurs types de drogues différentes consommées à Maurice. Des drogues dures, comme l'héroïne et surtout le brown sugar. Le rapport dénonçait aussi le lien entre les trafiquants de drogue, les politiciens et les membres du gouvernement. Avec l'entrée au gouvernement du MMM dans les années 90, il y a une certaine accalmie. Et en 1996, sur le premier gouvernement Parti travailliste MMM, la NATRESA est créée en vertu du National Agency for Treatment and Rehabilitation of Substance Abusers Act 1996. NATRESA remplace le Treatment and Rehabilitation of Drug Addicts Trust Fund Act avec pour objectif principal la mise en œuvre des programmes visant à prévenir la consommation de drogue ainsi qu'à assurer le traitement et la réhabilitation des drogués. La NATRESA travaillait en étroite collaboration avec les ONG et les travailleurs sociaux. Avec la NATRESA, les consommateurs de drogue étaient considérés comme des victimes ayant besoin de soins et de réinsertion sociale. Par la suite, un programme d'échange de seringues a été mis en place et le traitement des drogués à la méthadone fut introduit. Mais, Monsieur le Vice-président, le retour aux commandes du MSM avec les Jagnat père et fils à partir de décembre 2014 va tout chambouler. En 2016, la NATRESA, qui réunissait les forces vives de la société, est abolie par pur fanatisme politique et incompétence. Elle est alors remplacée par la Harm Reduction Unit au sein du ministère de la Santé. Les ONG, les travailleurs sociaux sont mis à l'écart. L'industrie de la drogue connaît un véritable boom économique. De nouvelles drogues font leur apparition, notamment les drogues de synthèse, moins chères et bien plus accessibles. Monsieur le Vice-président, sous le régime Jagnat-Fils, on peut parler de véritable démocratisation à l'accès de la drogue. La drogue baguette figure. Personne n'est épargné. Tout le monde, indépendamment de son appartenance ethnique ou religieuse ou de sa classe sociale, est concerné par ce fléau. Les riches, les pauvres, les villes, les villages, tout y passe. Selon une enquête nationale sur l'usage de la drogue menée en 2022, environ 111 500 Mauriciens seraient consommateurs. Pour un petit pays de notre taille, c'est tout simplement inconcevable. Les consommateurs de drogue sont de plus en plus jeunes. On observe des cas de consommation au sein des collèges et parfois même dans certaines écoles primaires où des enfants s'adonnent aux drogues de synthèse. Les réseaux sociaux regorgent de clips montrant des jeunes, garçons et filles, en train de fumer des bongs dans un état second. Nous devenons une véritable société de zombies. Quelle honte, Monsieur le Vice-président, que la United Nations Office on Drugs and Crimes ait classé Maurice au premier rang des pays africains pour la consommation de drogues de synthèse lors d'une enquête menée l'année dernière. Maurice, première au sein de la région de SADC en matière de trafic de drogue de synthèse en 2020, selon l'indice de crime organisé en Afrique. Et n'oublions pas, Monsieur le Vice-président, sous l'ère du MSM, pas une seule condamnation de grands trafiquants de drogue pendant les 10 dernières années. Aucune volonté politique de combattre le trafic de drogue. Et 30 ans après le rapport Rowe, le rapport Lam-Channing fait le même constat, le même lien étroit entre les trafiquants de drogue et ceux qui sont proches du régime MSM. Ce qui rejoint le constat de Organized Crime Index Africa dans son rapport de 2023, qui écrit, et je cite, « Despite the existence of specialized units, the fight against drug trafficking is believed to be largely cosmetic due to widespread corruption and inefficiencies in law enforcement bodies. » Une union sacrée entre le MSM et les barons de la drogue. Mais tout cela va changer, Monsieur le Vice-président. And it all starts today with this bill and the setting up of the National Agency for Drug Control. The agency will play a crucial role for the reduction of both demand and supply of drugs in Mauritius. On the supply side, contrary to what the Honourable Leader of the Opposition seems to be suggesting, the agency will not replace LADSU or any other drug enforcement agency. What it will do is to ensure a better coordination among the various drug enforcement agencies. The Lam-Channing report observed at paragraph 2.17, and I quote, "The need for an active, real, and efficient regional and international cooperation to exchange information, intelligence, and help, which is sorely lacking as deposed before us by the ADSU." This is precisely what the agency will do as set out in Section 8, subsection 1E, subsection 3 of the bill, where this agency will be responsible for regional and international cooperation. The agency will also have a policy, research, and strategy division that will collect and analyze data, which will then provide valuable information to drug enforcement agencies. The agency is also required to assist the Financial Intelligence Unit in tracing money related to drug trafficking. This is extremely important, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. Allow me to explain. Today, we import most of the drugs that we consume. Other than cannabis, everything is imported. And in order to import drugs, we need hard currency, foreign currency, because they don't want our rupees. At the same time, when drugs are sold in Mauritius, the proceeds is in rupee. The consumer pays in rupee. So somewhere, someone must be converting these rupees into foreign exchange, which will then be used to pay the drug for the import of drugs. And again, the Lam-Channing report, at paragraph 15.136, noted that the FIU had never received any report of suspicious transaction from any money changers. This is a significant shortcoming that must be addressed and will be addressed by the agency, because no money, no forex, no drugs. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, it is on the demand side that the agency will have the most crucial role to play. The action of the agency will be on 3 levels: prevention, treatment, rehabilitation. For its prevention and public awareness division, the agency will lead campaigns at national level and also in education institutions, place of work, and place of worship. Through its treatment rehabilitation service division, The agency will work closely with the Ministry of Health and NGOs and the Drug Users Administrative Panel for the adequate treatment and rehabilitation of drug victims. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the Lam-Shanning report had recommended the conversion of Petit Verger prison into a national treatment and rehabilitation center. I am sure the agency will look into this possibility and make recommendation in due course. At the moment, there are a number of NGOs which operate treatment and rehabilitation centers, and I salute them for their efforts. Most of them are volunteers. However, these centers, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, are not always run with professionals. Some patient has complained about ill treatment. Others have even filed kidnapping charges against the operators. And last year, at least 2 patients died when they were supposed to be following treatment at these rehabilitation centers. Those centers will have to be properly regulated, licensed, monitored, and run by qualified drug therapists. And the agency will be mandated to ensure that this is so. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the agency will also have an HIV and AIDS prevention and care coordination division. The reason is because today, the main vector of transmission of the HIV/AIDS virus is through drug injection. In my constituency, I know of several women who were infected by their husband, who themselves were infected in prison. And I know 2 women who actually transmitted the virus to their children. And these women are very scared to come forward and get the required treatment because there's still a stigma attached to HIV and AIDS victims. So the agency, again, will have an important role to play in implementing harm reduction program to prevent, detect, and treat drug victims who have HIV and AIDS. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I welcome the fact that the Minister responsible for Labour will be part of the National Drug Control Commission, to be headed by the Honourable Prime Minister, and the representative of my ministry will sit on the Drug Control Board. My ministry has an important role to play in the prevention and rehabilitation of workers who are drug victims. Officers from my ministry will regularly be conducting training workshops to sensitize employers on the dangers of drug addiction, but also how to cope with workers whom they suspect to be drug addicts. I'm informed by officers of our ministry that an increasing number of employers have been terminating the employment of their workers because of high absenteeism and fall in productivity linked to drug consumption. Our nation cannot afford to lose its workforce. But the biggest challenge, however, remains the provision of employment to victims of drugs once they come out of addiction. Although the law prevents any form of discrimination during recruitment process, the harsh reality, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, is that it is very difficult for a drug victim to find a job. And this very often is the main reason for their relapse. We have to change our mentality. But we should also seriously consider amending the 2nd schedule of the Certificate of Character Act. As the law currently stands, a certificate of character will always set out the conviction of any offense under the Dangerous Drugs Act, irrespective of the date on which the offense was committed. Many drug victims are convicted for possession of drugs, even in small quantity for personal consumption. Once they are convicted for a drug offense, it is extremely difficult for them to find a job, but not only a job. I know of cases where they were not even admitted to university because of possession of drugs. So the only way out for these people, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, today is to apply to the Commission on Prerogative of Mercy to get a free pardon. But not everyone is the son of the former Commissioner of Police who will get a pardon just for the asking. It is a costly procedure with uncertain outcome. The agency will no doubt look into this matter. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, various NGOs and social workers who deal with drug victims have called for the legalization of the consumption of certain type of drug, namely cannabis. Several orators before me have touched on the subject. The bill does not envisage such legalization at this point. But again, I am sure that the agency will carry out the necessary consultation, will examine the consequences of legalizing ganja, and will come up with appropriate recommendations, which can then be debated in this House when the time is right. Before resuming my seat, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, allow me to express my profound disappointment with the attitude of the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, who chose to play the role of un prophète de malheur instead of supporting the setting up of this agency. May I remind him that Section 5, subsection 3 of the bill clearly provides that the agency, in the discharge of its function, exercise of its power, will be under the direction and control of nobody, no authority. So the agency will appoint its own staff and consultant on such terms and conditions as the board will determine. This is outlined in Section 15 of the bill. So we have absolutely no qualm about the independence of this agency. De toute façon, Monsieur le Vice-président, c'est la personne qui fait l'institution. Et je n'ai aucun doute que le tandem Samuela Lotan et le docteur Faisal Suleiman feront des merveilles. Et je leur souhaite bon courage. La population est derrière vous. Merci.
Thank you, Minister.
Honourable Mr. Soubon.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, as an elected member of constituency number 4 and Minister of Social Security and Social Integration, I live and witness the daily ravages and tragedies created by synthetic drugs. Synthetic drugs is the new scourge emerging from failures of post-drug and developmental policies. What is the essence of this bill in front of the House? The National Agency for Drug Control Bill. This bill aims at supporting victims of drug addiction and not punishing them. This bill does not criminalize people. It moves towards the decriminalizations of the victims, users of drugs, licit or illicit. This bill is not about repression. It is about care for our people, care for our youth and future generations. This bill marks a significant departure from failed policies philosophy, focusing on repression and prohibitionism arising from the failed drug of war policies devised since 1971 by Nixon, the then President of the USA. This bill, in parallel, creates a new political structure, space for drug policies change. I will come back to it later. My party, Resistance and Alternative, as a party having campaigned in the support Don't Punish movement, we welcome this bill. As a party promoting drug policy based and focused on public health, human rights, harm reduction, decriminalization of drug users, decriminalization, regulation of marijuana, we view this bill as a significant step in the enlightened direction. To contribute to the present debate, it is of paramount importance to understand the relation of human society to the issue of drugs and re-establishes certain facts. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the consumption of psychoactive substances is as ancient as human societies and characteristics of most cultures. It dates back to prehistory. the cultivation, use, and trade of psychoactive and other drugs has occurred since the dawn of civilization. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in Mauritius, maybe some people do not realize, the marijuana ganja was legal up to 1923. People had the right to buy 5 grams in what was described of ganja ke dukan. In the modern world, despite their widespread prohibition, illicit drugs such as opiates, cannabis, cocaine, amphetamine, and the myriad of psychedelics and synthetics are fundamental features. Today's illicit global drug trade is among the world's most lucrative and affects tens of millions of consumers, abusers, and addict users, or users of mind-altering drugs across the planet. In the near recent history, we also need to remember that drug trade created wars. The British had gone to war with China in the 19th century in what became known as the First and Second Opium Wars to protect their valuable trade in narcotics. It was only in the 20th century that Britain and the United States outlawed cannabis. The prohibitionist campaign included alcohol prohibition in the USA, which was only repealed in 1933. This created the basis for the birth of the mafia in the United States of America, where state people colluded with the emerging mafia to produce, trade, and consume alcohol. In the mid-20th century, the United States government led the world to a major renewed surge in drug prohibition called War on Drugs. It is now widely acknowledged that repressive prohibition politics have failed. In some countries, these solely coercive policies gave rise to neo-fascist regimes, as was the case in Philippines, where former President Duterte war on drugs with his war on drugs, which itself was a massive failure. The world is now moving gradually and cautiously towards less repressive and more public health, human rights, and caring-based politics. The Deputy Speaker, sir, many in the world have now realized that to dismantle or at least curbing the rising power of the mafia and criminality ascension, the issue of decriminalization and or regulation of some presently illicit drug like the marijuana should be envisaged. Dozens of countries have embarked in these directions. With this bill, we are creating the conditions and laying the foundation to move in this enlightened direction. This bill creates for the first time a political structure and space that never existed in the history of Mauritius. In reality, this bill creates a mini cabinet of at least 16 ministers, adding representatives from Rodrigues to shape and redefine national objectives and goals and determining policies and priorities with regard to drug control issues. It is the first time in the history of Mauritius that such a powerful policy-making architecture is being put in place in the first instance and to address the issue of drug control. This bill is a step forward, not a goal, but a tool for change. Social movements struggling for fundamental change should realize that with this new space being created by this government, many of us in the L'Alliance Changement, including Résistance et Alternative, promoting a paradigm shift will be an ally, not an obstacle, to to the social movements and NGOs. When debating drug issues and drug problems, it is very important, as some of the honourable members had done, to link it with class issues, with social inequalities, with poverty and drug and gentrification. For example, in Mauritius, we are now witnessing what we are calling circular gentrification. That is, we are getting part of our youth, the most poorer and vulnerable part of our youth, are being drawn, hurled, if we can say so, to synthetic drug. We are seeing part of our youth leaving the country. And we are also seeing in parallel other people, rich people, billionaires coming in Mauritius, replacing the displaced people or the youth hurled in synthetic drugs. We also need to realize, when talking about drugs, that there is a drug for the rich, it's cocaine. There is a drug for the middle class, it's marijuana. And there is a drug for the poor youngsters, it's synthetic drug. This means we also need to realize a third dimension. There has been societal change and work pattern changes, which we sometimes don't realize, that have changed the model, the family model, whereby the youth are left unattended and without social care at some period of the day, mainly after they come back from school. We need to integrate these dimensions in the discussion that we'll be having with this new architecture. Mr. Speaker, sir, the problem is such that even if we change, we've put in place this architecture, even if we change the drug policies, if we do not reignite the love for life, the love of nature, and ignites our profound humanism embedded in our Mauritianism to our youth, we need to create, we are proposing the creation of centers of life to emerge all around Mauritius, especially for our youth, which might be a lost generation if we don't act. May I add that in parallel, we need to rethink our developmental and economic model. To the rich and wealthy class, I am saying this: there will be no peace, no safety, no security when the poor youngsters are hurled in synthetic drugs. And when our youth are departing from this country and is being replaced by either millionaire or migrant labor. This bill gives hope as it respects the life of people and youngsters. There is little, but there is still time to save the present generation of youth that we have and create the conditions for such disastrous downsliding to never occur again. With these words, I support this bill and the amendment brought, and also support the amendment proposed by my colleague Reza Utim on certificate of morality. I commend this bill to the House. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll suspend the sitting for half an hour.
Yes. Honourable Minister Mohammed.
Madame la Présidente, notre pays a connu une augmentation alarmante de la consommation des drogues et de la toxicomanie pendant les 10 dernières années, affectant gravement les individus, les familles et la société mauricienne dans son ensemble. Et je ne dis pas cela à la légère. Pour celles et ceux qui me connaissent savent que pour étayer mes propos, autant que possible, des chiffres, je les utilise à l'appui. Le 12 février 2020, lors du journal télévisé de la MBC1, donc vérifiable, le journal télévisé de la MBC, N1, j'ai pris moi-même cette capture d'écran que je vais même déposer sur la table du Parlement. Et qu'est-ce qu'elle raconte, cette capture d'écran? Une histoire bien triste pour notre pays. Elle raconte comment, en seulement 6 ans, de 2013 à 2019, le nombre d'admissions à l'hôpital Brown-Séquard pour traitement de la plus pire des drogues, de la drogue synthétique, a été multiplié par plus de 200 fois. Soit de 5 cas d'admission en 2013 à 1099 cas en 2019 à ce même hôpital. En 2024, à la fin de leur mandat, je suis sûr que les chiffres ont explosé. Pendant la pause café, l'honorable Jagannath me racontait comment dans sa circonscription, il y a environ 10 000 toxicomanes qui sont sur la drogue synthétique. Donc, nous avons 20 circonscriptions dans le pays. Donc, je ne peux que brièvement rappeler à la population qu'en 2013, le Parti travail était au pouvoir et en 2019, le MSM. Ces chiffres prouvent ce que nous, au Parti travailliste, avons toujours affirmé. C'est le MSM qui est derrière la montée de la drogue dans le pays. Nous avons tout le temps affirmé cela, et c'est vrai. Quant à nous, au niveau de l'Alliance du Changement, notre manifeste électoral, dont moi-même et l'honorable Adjourned ont co-présidé sa préparation, disait ceci en long et en large, et je cite: « Le combat contre le trafic et la consommation des drogues sera une des grandes priorités de notre gouvernement. Il faut absolument mettre fin à la souffrance des familles et de la société en général. Ce combat sans relâche sera accompagné d'une politique d'aide à l'élimination de la dépendance sur les drogues, c'est donc néfaste à la santé de nos jeunes et à leur avenir. » Fin de citation. Et de recommander, entre autres, cette action que je cite: « Nous mettrons sur pied, dès notre accession au pouvoir, une Drug Enforcement Agency qui réunira les différents organismes publics concernés pour mettre fin au trafic de drogue. » Fin de citation. Je suis donc très content que les leaders, et satisfait aussi, que les leaders de l'Alliance du Changement ont honoré notre engagement en mettant à travers ce projet de loi le National Agency for Drug Control, la NADEC, qui, comme l'a bien souligné la presse, ainsi que d'autres orateurs avant moi, amène une nouvelle ère dans la lutte contre la drogue. Et de plus, la NADEC met beaucoup d'emphase sur la coordination interinstitutionnelle en prônant l'intégration des ministères clés, les forces de l'ordre, les ONG, contrairement à la défunte NATRESA qui était limitée aux acteurs du social et du médical. Je me souviens avoir posé une question à l'ancien Premier ministre le 9 mai 2023, soit la question parlementaire B401, après qu'un chef religieux de ma circonscription à Valais-Pito, M. Z.I. Imaman, avait le jour dit de 2023 demandé aux autorités, avec moult détails et avec des adresses résidentielles précises, de prendre des sanctions à ces particuliers qui vendent de la drogue ouvertement dans l'endroit. Dans sa réponse à moi, l'ancien Premier ministre avait essentiellement répondu que la police avait pris note des informations fournies et qu'elle allait faire le nécessaire. Mais rien de concret n'a jamais été fait. Semblable à ce que feu Sir Honourable Jagannath répondait à un député, quand il était Premier ministre, qui lui avait donné des détails au Parlement, des endroits précis où la drogue se vendait au grand jour dans sa circonscription, mais recevait comme réponse d'aller lui-même faire une déposition à la police, laquelle police tombait sous sa propre responsabilité. Donc cette approche a donné les résultats qu'on connaît aujourd'hui. Je suis sûr que le soldat Sam Le Tan fera un bon travail car il est dit que le meilleur parmi les soldats est le soldat qui se bat pour une cause. Ça s'applique pour son collègue aussi, M. Suleiman. Je connais son engagement, M. Le Tan, et sa sincérité depuis qu'il était ministre de la Sécurité sociale dans les années 2000, car à cette époque même, j'ai travaillé comme ingénieur sur les 9 bâtiments de la NPF tombant sous ce ministère. J'étais son conseiller, Advisor in Engineering Matters, donc je le connais très bien. Dorénavant, quelle direction notre pays va prendre en matière de combat contre la drogue dépendra de sa détermination et celle de son équipe et l'efficacité de leur action dans la durée. Ils ont tous les moyens dont ils ont besoin, du point de vue légal, car la nouvelle agence, la NADEC, a le statut légal d'organisme autonome, de par la loi, contrairement à la NATRESA, qui était une parastatale sans autonomie claire. De plus, la NADEC, comme on peut le lire à la section 8E, 2 et 4 de la loi, aura comme fonction et pouvoir la réduction de l'offre avec interface directe avec les forces de l'ordre, les douanes, la Financial Intelligence Unit et les partenaires internationaux. D'autant plus, le Premier ministre l'a nommé tsar. Donc ce n'est pas donné à tout le monde, n'est-ce pas? Je dois souligner, Madame la Présidente, qu'avec la NADEC, la lutte contre la drogue devient une volonté politique importante sous l'égide même du bureau du Premier ministre, contrairement à la NATRESA qui opérait au ministère de la Santé. Monsieur Le Tan, notre pont vers l'avenir dépend donc dorénavant beaucoup sur vous et sur votre équipe. Mais vous connaissant et ayant travaillé avec vous, je suis confiant qu'ensemble, comme l'a dit le Premier ministre adjoint, M. Béranger, nous réussirons.
Address me, not the stranger.
Thank you. Madame la Présidente.
Thank
you. Madame la Présidente, la loi prévoit que la NADEC aura comme objectif principal la prévention, le traitement, la réhabilitation et le contrôle de l'offre, contrairement à la NATRESA qui faisait seulement le traitement la réhabilitation des usagers de drogue. Je l'ai toujours dit que l'usager de la drogue, ainsi que plusieurs de mes collègues cet après-midi, est une personne en souffrance plutôt qu'un simple délinquant. Comme député de l'opposition, j'ai bien des fois personnellement accompagné mes mandants pour leur admission au centre de désintoxication Frangipane à Beaubassin, sur demande de leurs parents. Le docteur Djagrou, qui était en charge, et même par la suite son successeur, était toujours prêt à aider. Ils ont beaucoup aidé. En parlant de traitement et de son renforcement, et là je pense au programme de distribution de la méthadone, M. Sam Le Tan était présent lors de la réunion au Ward 4 à Port-Louis, un dimanche matin, il y a environ 2 mois de cela, durant laquelle les problèmes de la distribution de ces doses fut expliqué, cause des problèmes aux habitants du quartier, surtout l'école Raoul-Rivette qui se trouve dans le coin. J'espère qu'on arrivera à trouver une solution dans la durée à ce problème et qui sera dans l'intérêt de tous les partis, car notre manifeste électoral, à la page 55, est clair dessus. Elle stipule de revoir le programme de la distribution de la méthadone. Fin de citation. La drogue est aujourd'hui un problème de santé publique, de sécurité nationale et de cohésion sociale, menant même à des problèmes économiques. Comme ministre du Transport, je fais souvent face aux problématiques des chauffeurs sous l'influence de la drogue, que cela soit dans les transports publics ou en privé. Je peux vous dire que d'ores et déjà, la loi sera dorénavant plus sévère envers ce genre de chauffeurs. Madame la Présidente, la loi menant à la création de la NADEC marque une rupture, un mot que le docteur Navin Ramgoolam utilise souvent, mais maintenant une réalité en matière de combat contre la drogue. Je disais une rupture fondamentale avec l'approche antérieure, c'est-à-dire une combinaison de méthodes, donc une approche holistique. Donc l'équipe qui sera constituée par le tandem Sam Le Tan et le Dr Suleiman auront donc dans ce projet de loi NADEC à l'approche holistique un organe central à la fois stratégique, opérationnel et transversal avec plusieurs divisions spécialisées pertinentes. Madame la Présidente, en guise de conclusion, la prévalence croissante de la toxicomanie à Maurice, en particulier chez les jeunes, exige une action urgente et globale pour protéger la seule ressource précieuse de notre État insulaire, le capital humain. La création de la NADEC comble de manière renforcée le vide qu'avait laissé le démantèlement de la NATRESA dans notre stratégie nationale de lutte contre ce problème grave. Nous allons travailler avec sincérité afin de protéger nos jeunes et de construire le pont vers l'avenir. Ma dernière ligne, cet après-midi, est celle de feu pape François, décédé hier, lors de son passage chez nous en 2019, comme rapporté par les journaux locaux et internationaux, par exemple le Figaro, du 9 septembre 2019, qui a comme titre, et je cite, « À Maurice, le pape s'inquiète des jeunes tombant dans la drogue. » Fin de citation. Quant à moi, je suis sûr que Dieu nous accompagnera, car beaucoup de monde prie pour le succès de la NADEC, sauf les malfaiteurs. Que Dieu nous aide. Merci.
Merci, Monsieur le Ministre. Monsieur le Ministre Bagouane.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Madame la Présidente, j'ai eu de nombreuses occasions de participer à des débats dans cette Chambre. Je dois vous dire d'emblée qu'il me semble que ce projet de loi est de loin le plus crucial pour notre pays dans la situation actuelle. Madame la Présidente, je tiens à remercier le Premier ministre pour son engagement, ainsi que le Premier ministre adjoint qui a consacré beaucoup de son temps et de son énergie à ce dossier d'importance nationale. Je salue aussi également le travail rigoureux de l'équipe de l'Attorney General et de l'Attorney General's Office. Grâce à un effort collectif, nous sommes aujourd'hui réunis autour de ce projet de loi. Je dis, Madame la Présidente, ce n'est pas le politicien ou le ministre qui intervient, encore moins un sociologue ou un addictologue. C'est simplement un observateur attentif de la société mauricienne depuis plus de 40 ans qui vous adresse la parole. C'est un père et un grand-père témoins de la lente dégradation sociale affectant principalement la jeunesse qui se tient debout devant vous aujourd'hui, Madame la Présidente. De nombreux orateurs avant moi sont intervenus pour dénoncer les liens incestueux entre les ténors de l'ancien gouvernement et la mafia de la drogue. Ils ont longuement démontré que sans la complicité tacite des autres sphères du pouvoir, une telle prolifération n'aurait pas été possible. Beaucoup a déjà été dit dans cette auguste assemblée sur ce drame quotidien qui brise des vies, désintègre des familles, détruit la jeunesse à Maurice et à Rodrigues. Dans chaque dépendance, il y a la douleur insurmontable d'une mère qui a déjà pleuré toutes les larmes de son corps, d'un père impuissant de ne pouvoir ou de n'avoir pu sauver un enfant happé par le poison. Et nous avons vécu, et moi j'ai vécu, ce drame depuis plus de 40 ans, dans ma circonscription et ailleurs. Il y a des rêves fauchés, des potentiels anéantis, et des avenirs confisqués. Attention, Madame la Présidente, ne croyons surtout pas que cela n'arrive qu'aux autres. La drogue s'est infiltrée partout, dans nos quartiers, nos écoles primaires, nos collèges, à l'université, dans les bureaux et jusqu'aux foyers, dans nos foyers. Cette escalade sans précédent du trafic de la drogue est ravageuse. Elle affecte la performance à l'école, pousse à la déscolarisation, à la violence, à la prostitution, au vol, aux crimes crapuleux et provoque des accidents parfois mortels. Elle se nourrit de la précarité, creuse les inégalités, gangrène notre tissu social. Et qu'on ne se trompe pas, la drogue ne connaît ni religion, ni caste, ni couche sociale, ni délimitation géographique. Elle touche tout le monde. C'est pourquoi je pense que cette prolifération exponentielle de la drogue a altéré l'ADN du businessman mauricien et de la jeunesse mauricienne. Je dis peut-être certains businessmen. En effet, Madame la Présidente, combien de businessmen se sont laissés tenter par des gros coups d'argent facile? Nous en avons été témoins. Pour beaucoup, la drogue est devenue un moyen rapide de s'enrichir, et même si c'est au prix des vies brisées et des familles détruites. Cette prolifération exponentielle du trafic a aussi profondément modifié l'ADN de notre jeunesse. Une culture où l'effort recule et où l'argent facile devient modèle. Tout cela pour vous dire, Madame la Présidente, que les spécialistes de la question considèrent que le trafic de drogue et ses implications sont loin plus graves que la drogue elle-même. Car le drug money, l'argent qui circule dans l'ombre, dont personne ne connaît vraiment l'ampleur, on ignore combien il rapporte chaque jour, mais on en voit les effets. Cet argent sale corrompt des hommes d'affaires, des jeunes en quête d'ascension rapide et infiltre des sphères politiques. Ici comme ailleurs, il sape les fondations de notre démocratie, fragilise le socle de notre système judiciaire et menace l'état de droit. Madame la Présidente, ce que je vous dis aujourd'hui, je ne dis pas à la légère. Durant les premières années de ma carrière, entamée en 1983, et vous étiez là, j'ai vu ici même, de mes propres yeux, des dérives graves, des élus partissant avec la mafia de la drogue. Certains barons reçus ici dans la galerie des invités, ici, nous avons été témoins. Certains ont cru, à un certain moment, pouvoir nous faire taire par intimidation. Combien de barons de la drogue nous avons vus dans les années 83, 84, 85, dans le couloir de Saint-Auguste Assemblée, tolérés par le gouvernement d'alors. Madame la Présidente, parmi tous les crimes qui minent notre République, qu'ils soient économiques, financiers, institutionnels ou environnementaux, le crime lié à la drogue les dépasse tous par son ampleur, par son ostracité et les conséquences qu'elle entraîne. Ce n'est sans doute le dossier le plus grave auquel ce gouvernement est confronté. Et maintenant, la vraie question se pose. Que peut faire ce pays? Que peut faire notre population? Que peuvent faire les familles mauriciennes pour sauver notre jeunesse et à travers elle, l'avenir même de notre nation? Alors, Madame la Présidente, la National Agency for Drug Control, la NADEC, ne sera pas une agence d'observation. Avec un conseil stratégique fort, elle coordonnera la riposte nationale sur tous les fronts: prévention, traitement, réhabilitation et réduction de l'offre. C'est en soi une avancée majeure. Je pense que les membres de la Commission les autorités, les médecins, les travailleurs sociaux, tous réalisent qu'aucun département, qu'aucune autorité seule ne peut combattre ce fléau, vu la dimension qu'il a prise. D'où le but clair de la NADEC. Mettre fin à la dispersion des responsabilités et mener une lutte intégrée, evidence-based, humaine et déterminée contre ce fléau. Pour répondre à ce fléau, pour sauver notre jeunesse, pour sauver ce pays, il nous faut d'abord comprendre les facteurs qui permettent à ce trafic de proliférer. Le premier phénomène, c'est celui de la marginalisation et l'accroissement des inégalités. Les inégalités n'encouragent ni l'inclusion, ni la cohésion. Au contraire, elles favorisent l'exclusion des groupes, de sous-groupes qui deviennent les premiers cibles des viviers des trafiquants. Deuxièmement, l'absence de méritocratie à tous les niveaux crée une société à 2, voire 3 vitesses. La méritocratie qui représente le fruit, le résultat d'efforts fournis par l'obtention d'un diplôme ou d'une spécialisation ne doit pas être qu'un mot creux, une formule pour faire joli. Elle doit redevenir une réalité. L'injustice sociale exacerbe les factures. Troisièmement, Madame la Présidente, l'incontournable rôle de l'école. Nous venons tout juste de vivre les assises de l'éducation, pilotées par mon collègue, l'honorable Ganga Passad. Et le constat est clair. La République a besoin d'une éducation véritablement inclusive, participative, où chacun retrouve sa place selon ses capacités. Personne ne doit rester acquis. Personne ne doit être abandonné sur le bord du chemin. Quatrièmement, Madame la Présidente, l'expression d'un esprit sain dans un corps sain n'a jamais été aussi pertinente. Le sport ne se résume ni à une compétition, ni à une élection au sein d'une fédération, ni à ceux qui arrivent en tête. Le sport est un mode de vie, un vecteur de santé physique et mentale, un outil de discipline, de résilience et d'inclusion sociale. Et cette culture du bien-être doit être encouragée dès la petite enfance, dès le pré-primaire. Le sport est un allié précieux pour une société en bonne santé. Cinquièmement, Madame la Présidente, nous avons besoin d'une véritable révolution culturelle. Une culture nationale, vivante, qui nous accompagne au quotidien dans notre transformation individuelle et collective. La culture, c'est une quête. La quête de ce qui est beau, de ce qui élève, de ce qui fait le sens. Notre ambition en tant que nation doit être à la hauteur de ce potentiel. Créer les conditions d'un véritable éveil artistique dès le plus jeune âge. Parce que nous croyons que chaque enfant porte en lui un talent qui nous demande à s'exprimer. Et c'est ce talent qu'il nous faut nourrir, encourager et valoriser. Car derrière chaque passion, il s'agisse de devenir un bon guitariste, un peintre, un comédien ou un artisan, se cache une ambition. Et l'ambition, lorsqu'elle est accompagnée, encadrée par les parents, les enseignants, la société tout entière pousse à progresser et à contribuer demain au progrès du pays. Enfin, Madame la Présidente, et pas des moindres, parlons de la famille. Oui, les parents ont un rôle essentiel à jouer. Mais pour assumer cette responsabilité, encore faut-il qu'ils disposent d'un minimum de stabilité. On ne peut pas exiger l'engagement parental dans un contexte de précarité, d'insécurité ou de logement indigne. Encourager la responsabilité parentale, c'est aussi créer un environnement favorable, emploi stable, logement décent, sécurité dans le quartier. C'est cet équilibre qui permet aux familles de remplir le rôle pleinement. Aujourd'hui, une autre réalité à ne pas négliger, jeunes et moins jeunes, passent plus de temps connectés à un écran, qu'au contact du réel. Où sont passés les moments familiaux, les parties de foot dans les quartiers, les balades à vélo, les cueillettes de jambon ou de goyaves de Chine en tamis. C'était ça, si c'est des liens. Aujourd'hui, on est connected, comme on dit, mais pas united. Je fais un appel aux parents. Parlez à vos enfants. Si vous voyez que quelque chose ne tourne pas rond, demandez de l'aide. Madame la Présidente, le vrai problème, c'est que nous refusons encore de considérer la drogue pour ce qu'elle est, une crime organisé, alimenté par plusieurs millions de dollars. Plus nous tardons à agir à la racine, plus nous laissons le champ libre aux trafiquants pour prendre de l'avance, se structurer, prospérer sans le moindre scrupule. Des descentes policières, oui, elles sont nécessaires. Reconquérir les quartiers, devenus des bazars à ciel ouvert de substances illicites. Nous avons vu que la répression seule ne fonctionne pas. Confier exclusivement ce combat aux forces de l'ordre, c'est entretenir un système où le marché reste florissant, les prix élevés et la prolifération garantie. L'argent de la drogue sert d'abord à alimenter le mécanisme de corruption des agents de contrôle du trafic. Il faut dire que la tentation est omniprésente au vu des sommes impliquées. Il faut un changement de paradigme. Une réponse efficace passe par une approche intégrée. Prévention, traitement, reconstruction, accompagnement. C'est le cœur du mandat de la NADEC. Madame la Présidente, alors l'heure est à l'action, avec courage. Je me tiens devant vous aujourd'hui pour défendre non pas simplement un texte législatif, mais un tournant audacieux dans notre guerre contre les drogues. Pour mener à bien sa mission, la NADEC sera structurée autour de 6 départements spécialisés dans la stratégie de réhabilitation, de la sensibilisation publique à la lutte contre le VIH-Sida et l'hépatite C, jusqu'à la réduction de l'offre via une coordination resserrée entre la police, les douanes, les FAIU et les partenaires internationaux. Hélas, Madame la Présidente, l'une des grandes erreurs, c'est de croire que la drogue est uniquement une question d'ordre public. Non, c'est d'abord une question de santé publique. N'oublions pas que les usagers de drogue ont besoin de suivi médical, de soutien psychologique, de réinsertion sociale. C'est en ce sens que le Treatment and Rehabilitation Services Division de la NADEC, en collaboration avec le ministère de la Santé, les ONG et les partenaires privés, assurera un suivi personnalisé, des traitements basés sur des preuves scientifiques, une réinsertion par l'emploi, des formations aux compétences de vie et une dignité retrouvée aux personnes en voie de rétablissement. Donc, une réponse profondément humaine, pas de place à la marginalisation. Les personnes dépendantes seront traitées, accompagnées, réhabilitées et insérées. La Prevention and Public Awareness Division aura un rôle central. Campagne nationale, ateliers, programmes dans les écoles, les lieux de travail et surtout un programme familial de prévention. La lutte passe aussi par l'encadrement des plus vulnérables. Un travail de proximité est prévu avec les ONG, les chefs religieux et les médias. Chaque département aura un mandat clair, des indicateurs de performance et des synergies définies avec des partenaires et des ministères, dont la nôtre, le ministère de l'Environnement. Et pour que cette machine fonctionne, place un véritable centre de commandement. À la tête de la NADEC, un Drug Control Board, aux commandes stratégiques, et au sommet, une commission nationale de contrôle présidée par le Premier ministre, assisté du Deputy Prime Minister, comprenant l'Attorney General et des ministres, dont moi-même, Rodrigues, il sera aussi dignement représenté. Enfin, la société civile est au cœur de cette réforme. 6 membres avec voix au chapitre seront nommés au sein du Drug Control Board. En somme, Madame la Présidente, cette lutte ne pourra être menée sans ceux engagés en première ligne. Je saisis donc l'occasion pour me rendre un vibrant hommage à ces hommes et ces femmes, debout avec courage rare, sincères dans leur combat, au plus près de ceux qui luttent pour sortir de l'enfer. Et j'ai une pensée spéciale cet après-midi pour Feu, le père Robert Geoffrey, ancien curé de la paroisse de Sacré-Cœur Beaubassin, que j'ai côtoyé dans les années 85 à 90, qui a osé, avec beaucoup de courage, combattre les mafias de la drogue à cette époque. Il osait lui aussi confronter ses dealers, les réseaux, avec foi et droiture, et souvent aux dépens de sa vie. Lutter contre les réseaux criminels structurés représente l'un des enjeux les plus périlleux du combat anti-drogue, comme peut en témoigner l'infatigable Sam Lawton, choix logique à la présidence de l'agence, que nous saluons tous, et victime, lui il le sait, combien de menaces il a eues. Alors, Madame la Présidente, cette bataille, nous devons la mener ensemble, en tant que nation, en tant que peuple solidaire. Comme l'a dit le Premier ministre, we have to work together on this. À commencer à la maison, avec des valeurs, le respect, l'écoute et l'attention. Ce projet de loi, Madame la Présidente, n'est pas une réponse cosmétique. C'est un engagement total de ce gouvernement. Une mobilisation générale. Notre pays a trop souffert de la drogue et de ces drames silencieux et de ces familles brisées. Donnons, Madame la Présidente, à la population des raisons d'espérer. Avec cette loi, nous bâtissons une agence à la hauteur des défis urgents. Une agence moderne et résolument humaine. Une agence qui placera la vie et la dignité au cœur de son mandat. Et je souhaite bonne chance à toute l'équipe autour de Sam Lawton, Dr Suleiman et tout le personnel que cette organisation va recruter, et l'ensemble aussi des techniciens du gouvernement, des gens du State Law Office, pour que nous menions à bon port ce projet qui est très très important, non seulement pour maintenant, pour les générations à venir. Et je vous le dis, je souhaite bonne chance à toute l'équipe et je vous remercie.
Yes, Honourable Minister of Housing.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I have listened with a lot of interest to all those who have preceded me, and I have also read with a lot of interest all those who took part in the debate last week. I was not in Mauritius and I was not in the House. However, I thought it was important for me to peruse the words pronounced in this August Assembly by the Honourable Leader of the Opposition. But then again, I cannot but state the obvious. Once again, the Opposition, on such an important debate, one of them decides to pronounce a speech, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, the second member of the Opposition, the ally of the MSM, decides not to say a word with regards to this historic piece of legislation. A first step towards sorting out a serious problem that our society is facing. Let the people outside of this assembly see it clearly. Let the cameras, let the eyes of the public look at those two empty seats. And what do those two empty seats show? They show the actual inability, incompetence of those two members, the parties they belong to. 10 years, they have not been able to propose anything with regards to sorting out the drug issues. On the contrary, let me not repeat again what all have said, Madam Speaker. We know exactly les gabzi. We know what they have done, what they have not done, what they have refused to do. We know about the planting. We know about everything. But then there was no strategy. And the reason why there was no strategy on their part is because there was no will. And why there was no will, we know why there was no will. Certain people needed to be protected. Madam Speaker, I look at the speech of the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, and what do I read? And I read and I quote from what he said. I quote, comme c'est le cas dans plusieurs pays, nous avons décidé de traiter les usagers de drogue comme des patients qui sont ainsi sous des traitements par le ministère de la Santé. Dans la même foulée, Madame la Présidente, nous avions introduit l'utilisation du cannabis médical. Untrue. I have asked, when is it that cannabis medical is allowed to come to Mauritius? I'm not here attacking the leader of the opposition by saying that he's a liar. I'm not saying that. I'm only saying that what he said is not true. I don't want to go against standing orders. Whatever he said is not true because fact, easy to be checked. You do not have cannabis medical in Mauritius because in order to bring it into Mauritius, you need a prescription. And a prescription that is utilized is from abroad because it has to be brought in here, but it's not accepted here. So what is this nonsense that he's making? What is he saying there? Total nonsense. Second nonsense. What does he say? La possession de drogue à usage personnel a été décriminalisée depuis 3 ans. Huge nonsense. I have been a lawyer for many, many years. I have spoken to friends in this August Assembly who are barristers who know that this is not true. Or maybe he does not understand what décriminaliser means. It makes it worse. Or maybe he is just saying things only to please his ears or to please his masters who were in the habit of fooling the people and coming up with words and words and words that had no sense whatsoever. So why do we have here a speech of the Honourable Leader of the Opposition that makes no sense? So what is his call to fame? Oh, his call to fame? We call for a commission d'enquête. But we all know of the results of the commission d'enquête. We've heard the Honourable Omia, who has spoken about of those who were mentioned as les acteurs principaux, même actrice of what Judge Lam Shanglin found. We know. But then again, you see, let me pick up from where Honourable Subron, the Minister, Honourable Subron stated where he talked about 1971, and 1971 about Nixon. And he talks about at the time when there was the criminalization of drugs. At the time when drugs were criminalized in the United States of America, that created a new category of traffickers. See, before it was criminalized, traffickers didn't exist. And it reminds me of the time of the prohibition. Yes. At the time when alcohol was prohibited, it created another category altogether. That was bootleggers. And what happened during the time of bootlegging? People made money. Why did they make money? Because, precisely, the demand was such as opposed to the supply, and it was made unlawfully or traded unlawfully. There was a whole traffic of alcohol that happened, and the price went up. People made money. It became a crime, and certain people benefited from that crime. And whereas others became victims of those criminals. The same thing happened. What happens when it becomes a traffic? When it becomes a traffic, people make money. And what has happened when you look at the statistics of Mauritius? Look at it. Look at the statistics of Mauritius. Number one, the number of people who are arrested for synthetic drugs is on the rise. Ever since 2015 onwards, on the rise. And people will be surprised that in the health departments of our country, the number of women who are admitted because of synthetic drugs is on the rise. You will be surprised that in certain categories, there are more women being admitted for synthetic drugs consumption than men. And you will see that year in, year out, the number of people becoming victims and falling to the ground, dying, losing their lives, losing their minds, destroying their health because of drugs is on the rise.
And the government says, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition says that they have done well. But if this is doing well, God knows what is doing bad. Madam Speaker, the one way to break down traffic, there is only one way, is to remove the lure. What is it? The lure of money. If you break down the traffic, the fact that there is money in there, you hit the pocket of the trafficker, there will be no interest for the trafficker to continue being a trafficker. That's as simple as that. And when we look at the statistics, what do we see? We see that the statistics, those who are arrested the most are those who are consumers. Consumers of cannabis, consumers of synthetic drugs. And there is undoubtedly, all the documents I've read shows it, there is undoubtedly a direct correlation between the increase in the use of synthetic cannabinoids and the decrease in the use of cannabis. I see the correlation in all graphs. Not only in Mauritius, even abroad. I know there are certain people who hold different views. But then again, we should take opportunity of this debate, which is a real step towards conquering the ailment that we are suffering from as a society. Take advantage of it. And let us not be concentrated on only one view, because there are views of many that we have to look at. And here I pick up onto what a lot of our friends today have said, Madam Speaker, decriminalization as opposed to legalization. I am not for legalization, but then again, let's stop for a minute and talk about decriminalization. I've read reports, several reports, and the question that I put, how many people today are behind bars in Mauritius simply for possessing a dose of drug? Question. Statistics in Mauritius do not tell us. The prison services do not tell us. How many are behind bars only for simple case of possession? And those are the questions that are put in various other jurisdictions. What are the benefits of decriminalization? I am not the one saying it, but I'm reading from a summary of various reports, ranging from the British Medical Association to the reports from the Senate in the United States, to reports of the United Nations, the World Health Organization, and a summary of all of it say those are the benefits of decriminalizing. Number one, reducing the number of people arrested. The idea here is not simply to arrest someone simply because he is smoking a joint, as we put it. This is not the whole idea. Reducing the number of people incarcerated. Increasing uptake into drug treatment. That's the whole idea. Reducing criminal justice costs and redirecting resources from criminal justice to health systems. Allow me at this juncture to quote what the World Health Organization has stated on this issue of decriminalization. It says, I quote, countries should work towards developing policies and laws that decriminalize injection and other use of drugs, and thereby reduce incarceration. Countries should work towards developing policies and laws that decriminalize the use of clean needles and syringes. Countries should ban compulsory treatment for people who use and/or inject drugs. Human Rights Watch, what do they say? I quote, drug control policies that impose criminal penalties for personal drug use undermine basic human rights. Subjecting people to criminal sanctions for the personal use of drugs or for possession of drugs for personal use infringes on their autonomy and right to privacy. The criminalization of drug use has undermined the right to health. Governments should rely instead on non-penal regulatory and public health policies. Now, those are issues that will have to be debated. The apex body that is being created through this legislation, they will be experts there, headed by experts, and they will have to find ways and means of analyzing all of this, because the people out there, Madam Speaker, want to find a solution. You see, when we come with this piece of legislation, we have questions from members of the public. What is the purpose of this legislation? In what way will it help
parents who are so traumatized? In what way will it help family members who have family members of their own, or friends or neighbors who are victims to drug trafficking and drug abuse? How do we help them? Number one, let us understand that those are victims, and we should see them as victims. Those are debates that should happen at the level of the apex body. And we should also take advantage of the situation to know that if we have used a system to fight drugs ever since the 1970s, let's look at the facts. Has it worked? No. The reason it will not work is because the money is alluring. Once, if there is money in there, it doesn't work. And let me try to conclude by referring to what I have seen with my own eyes. I have been to Geneva. At the time when I was Minister of Labour, between 2010 and 2014, under the Prime Ministership of our Honourable Prime Minister now. In Geneva, I visited an ONG called Première Ligne. Première Ligne, Mr. Honourable Nasser again knows very well. He was there at the time. Première Ligne runs a place called Quai-Neuf. Quai-Neuf is in the city center of Geneva. K9, Q-U-A-I, 9. And there, what do they do? You see, Mauritius, the Honourable Prime Minister, introduced a very important element, which is the use of methadone. Very important. But Quai-Neuf have gone a step further. They have a place where they have a register of all drug users, and there is an arrangement with the police that all those drug users, those who inject heroin, those who smoke cannabis, those who sniff, all type of drugs, all the drug users who are registered with Quai-Neuf and who come to Quai-Neuf to be administered the drugs are not arrested by the police. Because they come into an official stream of those who want to be recognized as patients who need a medical help. And they go there, they are assisted by medical doctors who welcome them. They pick a number. I saw it. I've been there. I've seen it. They pick a number. They wait for their turn. A medical doctor receives them, gives them a syringe, gives them cotton, gives them what they have, whatever they need. They sniff, they inject. But it is done in a safe place. Prostitutes have said, I no longer am afraid now. I don't have to be hit or threatened in any way whatsoever, because I can go a step further in Geneva. If I want to find drugs for me, since I'm a patient, prostitutes have said, the government of the Canton de Genève provides it to me. Clean medical heroin. Thereby killing the trade. You kill the trade, because where else, if the prostitute doesn't go to buy it from the drug dealer, the supplier, what happens? Because the government is providing clean heroin as a medication for that prostitute. For a woman who no longer has to rely sur le proxénète. This is liberation. This is strategy. And has it worked? I've read the statistics. Yes, law and order problems have gone down. Agression contre les femmes has gone down. Simple criminal behavior has gone down. And this has not increased the number of drug users, but on the contrary, it has managed to bring them in the normal stream of employability and work. So this is the whole idea. Either we dare to be different, or we simply say, let us use the same system that we have used since 1970s, believing that we can, in fact, be better by continuing to use the same system and expecting a different result. That doesn't work. Madam Speaker, be it Netherlands, they have used system. Portugal has come up with a system. Now England, and I'll conclude on that. In England, they have come up with one step further. There is now a heroin-assisted treatment. Heroin-assisted treatment. They have adopted the system in Geneva. And what are the results? In Middlesbrough, what has happened? They have found that, in actual fact, the objective has been reached, whereby government is killing the trade, drug trafficker. The money is being removed from their pockets. They're nullifying it. It's not lucrative anymore for a drug trafficker. They no longer want to be in that trade. They diversify. as long as our people are protected. So this is what I humbly expect. This is what the government wants. It wants a debate for a proper solution, not a pretense as the previous government have done. Because while they were pretending, many have fallen along the way. I remember in this house how the former Minister of Health under the MSM regime, when there were questions being put to him as to what was the reason, cause of death, because of people who were admitted for use of synthetic drugs. There were, as other members have said, other reasons were being pulmonary edema, for example, was said. But every time they were hiding the truth. You can never find a solution if you don't face the reality head on. And this is what this government is doing. And this is what the Honourable Prime Minister and his team is doing. I say congratulations to him. Congratulations to the Deputy Prime Minister, the Attorney General. I know they've worked a lot on it. I know for a fact the effort that the officers of the State Law Office have put in making this. With regards to the issue of decriminalization, there are provisions under Section 28A of the Dangerous Drugs Act, but under rules and conditions. So, strict rules and conditions. There has not been legalization or decriminalization of medical cannabis. There has been no legalization of medical cannabis as such. And it is only available under strict conditions, but in practical terms, as I said, in practical terms. Can anyone in Mauritius tell me, okay, he has had a prescription that is admitted and agreed and he's brought it here? No. So, not far from us. Not far from us. And I'll have to really conclude on that. You know, in France, less than 0.3% of THC in CBD, it's called CBD, okay, is legal and it's sold off the street. Why? Because it is not something that is dangerous to society. So either we embrace solutions that are there, or we try to use the same approach. I say it again. Now, it has never been a solution to use the same approach when, in fact, it has never produced solutions. Now, being hard, arresting, you'll end up arresting all consumers. We are here to treat consumers. And we should break down the attractiveness of this trade. Remove the money. And as I said, whenever there is no money, the drug trafficker will try to diversify and do something else. Maybe we'll get him to plant some potatoes, but he will not be into drugs because there'll be more money in potatoes.
Or mushrooms?
Or mushrooms. But then again, let's be very careful. We'll be very careful. Maybe certain mushrooms, we have to be very careful. But those are my observations, and I am very hopeful, and the people out there are hopeful, that those who have now the responsibility of suggesting changes, directions, under those agendas that they have, that it will be done, but we will dare to be different, and we will bring daring measures. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honourable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker,
don't think I'm in favour of mushrooms.
Sorry?
Don't think I'm in favour of mushrooms.
No.
But we haven't seen it yet in Mauritius.
I like it with my omelette. Madam Speaker, as we reach the conclusion of the debate on the National Agency for Drug Control Bill, first of all, I want to thank all the members of this House for their participation and suggestions on this crucial piece of legislation. Some of the speeches were very high level. Some of them were opinions, like Honourable Mohammed. He expressed his opinion. Yes. And I want to thank all of them. I also wish to thank the many NGOs and members of the public who expressed their views to us. This bill indeed marks a turning point in our nation's drug control strategy. I will address some of the concerns that have been expressed, including inter alia the centralization of power. We must remember, Madam Speaker, that the drug crisis in Mauritius is complex and multidimensional. We need a balanced, multi-pronged approach, if anything else. And this bill provides a framework for prevention, treatment, and care, but also rehabilitation, accountability, not just drug control. Let me turn to some specific points raised by honourable members, starting with the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, who is not here now. He raised the issue of having consultations on drafting of this bill. On this point, I must inform the House, I must inform him as well, that consultative meetings were held. The first one was held on the 17th of March of this year. There were representatives of 34 institutions and NGOs. The draft bill was presented to the participants, followed then after that by interactive actions. Proposals were taken into account, and then we finalized the bill. Let me also remind him, the Leader of the Opposition, I know he's not here, but I'm doing as if he's there, that we're not following the practice of just rushing through the legislative process without listening to what others have to say, the NGOs, the civil society representatives. Well, I must also underline that over and above consultation, the Drug Control Board will also consist of representatives from relevant ministries and NGOs. And I must say the Office of the Attorney General, the State Law Office, they worked, they took on board all these suggestions that were made. The Leader of the Opposition also raised concerns about the future of NGOs like PILS in our new structure. Let me reassure the House, we value the NGOs as vital partners, especially in the areas of HIV/AIDS. We have to look at not only harm reduction, but community integration. And I've talked to Mr. Maybe we need to put him there, Mr. Ryder. Maybe he will be interested to be part of this. I don't know. The SADC, he's always ready to help. That is the point. The NADEC is not here to replace them, but to ensure coordination among relevant stakeholders and empower them under a unified national strategy. Their work will continue, but with more support, not less. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition has also asked whether NADEC will be carrying out drug seizures. I thought the bill was clear. I suppose the Leader of the Opposition does not realize, as the Deputy Prime Minister rightly pointed out, this bill is not just about seizures and repression. It is also about rehabilitation, about the treatment of victims of the drug barons. The bill is very clear, I thought. The National Agency for Drug Control would be a coordinating and monitoring body. One of its main functions is to coordinate and facilitate efforts at a national level towards the implementation of a national drug control master plan, the National Action Plan, and with HIV/AIDS and all those control strategy. Drug seizure falls under the purview of the police and customs, anti-narcotics section of the MRA. Drug seizure is not the business of the NADC. It's for the police, the customs, MRA to deal with that. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition has also raised the issue of real-time monitoring system. The National Agency for Drug Control Bill provides for the introduction of a real-time monitoring system to modernize the treatment of drug use disorders by putting technology at the center of care. This centralized, digitalized plan will track patients, track their progress in real time, will cover referrals, treatment, relapse, follow-up care, bringing in together all the healthcare providers, as well as the NGOs and the other correctional services. The system will aim at improving continuity of care, reducing service duplication. Very often we see that, and supporting evidence-based decision. It must be evidence-based. We cannot say just because we think something. We need the evidence. It will also strengthen the National Drug Observatory's ability to monitor outcomes and address gaps, offering a more transparent, coordinated, and effective response to to drug dependence. Madam Speaker, with regard to the question whether the definition of drugs under Section 7B of the bill includes precursor chemicals, I wish to inform the House that this is already catered for under the Dangerous Drug Act, under the 4th schedule. However, under NADEC's mandate, the Supply Reduction and Coordination Division will work in close collaboration with law enforcement to monitor, regulate, intercept trafficking and misuse of precursor chemicals. The leader of the opposition has also expressed skepticism regarding methadone maintenance. He referred to it as another form of dependency. I was really surprised. I don't know where he gets all these ideas. We must not confuse treatment with abandonment. Methadone, when properly administered, has been endorsed by the World Health Organization as the gold standard for opioid pharmacotherapy. Unlike illicit drugs, methadone is regulated. Its effects are predictable, allowing users a chance to reintegrate society, hold jobs, rebuild families, and live with dignity. But as I say, it must be properly administered. That is the point. Anything else, it's the same for any medicine. If you were to take 16 Panadols, the doctors will do, you'll get into a lot of trouble. You have to know the dose. You have to regulate. Of course, tapering and exit strategies are part of the long-term rehabilitation plan. But again, this must be guided by evidence and nothing else. Let me also highlight the WHO, what the WHO recommends. It says that the longer, I'm quoting, the longer a person stays on methadone, the better is the outcome, the final outcome. So we will stay guided by science and evidence-based practices and international recommendations. We shouldn't play with the lives of people just for political gain or for political convenience. The real mistake, what they did when they came to power, was halting methadone programs abruptly in 2015. They thought they knew. I don't know, they don't read, they don't consult doctors, but they think they know. And they said, no, we must stop methadone. A mistake that costs lives. Dr. Omia knows what I'm referring to. It costs lives. People died because of this. As we say, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. The former government, after a while, there was a doctor from Reunion Island which wrote an article which was published in the papers here to say this is a terrible mistake to stop methadone, but they ignored him. And then eventually, they had to swallow back what they had said, what they had done, and they had to restart quietly. Methadone was restarted. They realized, too late, they realized the mistake, and lives were lost because of the incompetence. Madam Speaker, the leader of the opposition also questioned why the National Agency for Drug Control should fall under the direct chairpersonship of the Prime Minister. Madam Speaker, I think the Deputy Prime Minister made it so clear that we must be unequivocal. This is not just about control. It is about a scourge that is destroying our country. The MSM has been criminally negligent. They have rubbed shoulders with the drug barons and have allowed them to operate. And not only that, we also know what they've done. They wanted to have the others, who were not necessarily the big drug barons, but who were in the business, to stop them. Planting and all those things was done so that the drug barons might be able to work, have the whole country for them. That is what they did. This government does not have the luxury about sourcing responsibility in the face of a national emergency. We are dealing with an epidemic that has touched every corner of this country, from cities to villages, every corner. This epidemic, addiction and trafficking has spiraled into a public health, security and social cohesion crisis. We have to ensure that the immunity that the drug barons had enjoyed is over. It will not happen. This is why it is me, the Prime Minister, who should lead it, together with the Deputy Prime Minister and the other ministers. I think there will be 16 ministers in all, I think you mentioned, and also NGOs, the police, also, etc. Let us not forget that under the previous regimes, responsibility was scattered. I don't know whether it was done on purpose, it was diffused, it was scattered, nobody knew what they had to do. There was inaction. Agencies were created. I don't know whether just to pay the boys with no, and girls, with no clear purpose. Nothing was clear. Commissions, authorities were formed and ignored. The Commission of Inquiry, we saw what happened. And also known traffickers were allowed to walk free. This will not happen under this government. Never, never, never. Mean business, on va être, comme je l'ai dit dans le passé, intransigeant, Madame la Présidente. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition also raised the issue of certificate of character to small drug users. We ourselves have said, we will relook at the issue of character certificates in entirety. I think it is not right, again, it's an opinion, that a sword should hang upon somebody's head during his lifetime. We should relook at this. With regard to concerns relating to setting up of a drug control board and a National Drug Control Commission, I wish to inform the House that both instances have been clearly defined with complementary responsibilities. I will propose amendments at committee stage to delete Section 4 of the Act, re-lettering it, the lettograph accordingly as I've circulated. And it is not the function of the National Drug Control Commission, in fact, to collect and analyze data. This is provided for in Section 8(v)(5) as the function of the National Agency for Drug Control. Let me also address the issues raised by Honourable Lugovin. She proposed that the Minister of Tourism be added in the first schedule. I would like to point out that Section 3F provides for the Prime Minister to designate other ministers. The problem is we have 16. I know tourism is very important in this, but we have already 16 ministers plus the Prime Minister. But I have the possibility of co-opting the Minister of Tourism as when the need arises. Honourable Lugovin also raised the need to have a rapid test to allow the police to detect drugs. I wish to assure the House and the Honourable Member that the police will be provided with all the necessary equipment as we are reorganizing FSL, because we want quick results. At the moment, the Honourable Member is absolutely right. It's taking ages to get results. But how can you deal with drugs when you can't have the results? It has to be very, very fast. And this is what we are going to concentrate upon. With regards to the issues raised by Honourable Guérin pertaining to the role of the National Drug Secretariat and National Aid Secretariat, I wish to inform the House that the general role of the National Drug Secretariat will be taken over by the NEDC. However, the following responsibilities of the National Drug Secretariat will be integrated at the level of my office, that is, reporting to international institutions, namely the African Union and UNODC. It will act as a focal point to liaise with national focal points of other countries and the publication of quarterly and annual reports. As for the National AIDS Secretariat, its role will be taken over by the HIV/AIDS Prevention and Care Coordination Division of the agency. Regarding the proposal of Honourable Guérin for a referendum to be held for the legalization of cannabis, as the House is aware, provision is not made in the law for the organization of a referendum on such matters. And in any case, we have to be very careful with referendums. They have drawbacks. Very often it reduces the debate because the answer is either yes or no. It reduces the debate while this is a complex issue. Madam Speaker, amidst the ongoing national and international debates on drug policy, the distinction, what Honourable Shakil Mohammed has laid emphasis on depenalization, discriminalization, and legalization of cannabis for personal use is both significant, but it is a debate that we must have. Everybody has an opinion. Let me clarify the distinction in the definitions of depenalization and legalization. Depenalization means removing criminal penalties for possession and personal use of small amounts of cannabis. Depenalization means that while the substance remains illegal, it still is illegal. Individuals are not imprisoned or criminally prosecuted. Instead, they may receive warnings or fines or be referred to health services. A model which upholds depenalization aims to reduce pressure on the justice system and shift the focus towards the health and social support. While on the other hand, legalization means the use, possession, possibility, the cultivation and sale of cannabis under legal, under regulated conditions. Countries like Canada, I think you mentioned, Uruguay, California, the state of California, among others, have adopted this approach. They treat cannabis the same way they would treat alcohol or tobacco, with some safeguards. In Mauritius, cannabis is still listed on as a dangerous drug under the Dangerous Drugs Act. However, the introduction of the Drug Users Administrative Panel under Section 34(2) of this Act makes an evolution in our national drug control strategy, reflecting human rights-based approach for people who use drugs. The government remains firm on combating drug trafficking and protecting public health, and is increasingly open, but again, to evidence-based policies. There's room for dialogue. Even for cannabis, there's the debates. Some people say it is still dangerous. We have to look at the evidence. There is room for dialogue on whether depenalization combined with enhanced treatment services could offer a more effective and human strategy. But we have to debate. We cannot have a fix made up our mind now. We have to debate. With regard to the query raised by Honourable Edouard on the provision for Rodrigues to be represented at the Drug Central Board, I reflected on his suggestion. I spoke to the Deputy Prime Minister and the Attorney General, and I thank him because I think it's a valuable, what he said is very valid. And I also thank Honourable Henriette Mananbo. I was listening to your speech in my office to have commented on this. It is a very valid, there is a risk that from time to time, I think we will propose an amendment later on at committee stage at clause 3 to ensure that the Chief Commissioner of Rodrigues is represented on the Drug Control Board. It makes sense that Rodrigues is fully on board and all the time, instead of whenever may, as we said, may. Tailored initiatives will be implemented in Rodrigues, including school prevention programs, community outreach, and targeted media campaigns. Healthcare services will expand to include methadone treatment and real-time monitoring at the Rodrigues Regional Hospital. Harm reduction measures for HIV/AIDS and youth engagement programs will also be introduced. Madam Speaker, today we are making history. It shows, as the Deputy Prime Minister said, that unlike the MSM, we intend to take the bull by the horns. We will not shy away from the decisions we have to take. We are, through this legislation, establishing a modern, coordinated and compassionate system to address one of the greatest public health and security threats of our time. Let us rise above these trying to score political points and act decisively. Let us shield our youth, our families, our society from the odious and nefarious effects of drugs and drug traffickers. The National Agency for Drug Control positions Mauritius as the trailblazer in adopting a comprehensive and multi-sectoral approach to drug use, prevention, treatment, rehabilitation, harm reduction, and drug control. And we have chosen two well-known personalities, not anybody. Mr. Sam Lotan, former minister, is known for his determination to combat drug abuse. He was threatened in the past. I'm sure he's going to be threatened again. But he's well known for that. There's nothing that will make him move an inch. And his Dr. Faisal Soliman, who's a graduate of Hopkins University. I don't know how many of you know about Hopkins University. You don't get there if you're no good. That I can tell you for sure. His CV speaks for itself. And I think with these two people, I have no doubt that we are heading in the right direction as far as drug is concerned. With these words, Madam Speaker, I commend the bill to the House. Thank
you. Motion is seconded. Yes. The question is that the National Agency for Drug Control Bill number 6 of 2025 be read a second time. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Now we will move.
Public Bills Committee stage.
Yes. Please be seated.
Clause 1, short title. Clause 2, interpretation.
Question is that clauses 1 and 2 stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. Aye. The ayes have it.
Clause 3, National Drug Control Commission.
Yes. There is an amendment.
Yeah. Madam Speaker, I move that clause 3 be amended as per the amendment circulated.
Yes. Members have seen the amendment. The question is that clause 3 be amended as per amendment circulated. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that clause 3 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 4, functions and powers of National Drug Control Commission.
Again, Madam Speaker, I move that clause 4 be amended as per the amendment circulated.
The question is that clause 4 be amended as per amendment circulated. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that clause 4 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 5, National Agency for Drug Control. Clause 6, divisions of NADC. Clause 7, objects of NADC. Clause 8, functions and powers of NADC. Clause 9, Drug Control Board. Clause 10, meetings of board. Clause 11, secretary to board. Clause 12, committees. Clause 13, chief executive officer. Clause 14, coordinator of division.
The question is that clauses 5 to 14 stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 15, other staff of NADC. Clause 16, general fund. Clause 17, estimate of income and expenditure. Clause 18, annual report. Clause 19, audit report. Clause 20, reporting on activities and operations of NADC. Clause 21, protection from liability. Clause 22, execution of deed, contract or check. Clause 23, oath of secrecy. Clause 24, confidentiality. Clause 25, protection of whistleblowers. Clause 26, regulations. Clause 27, consequential amendments. Clause 28, commencement.
The question is that clauses 15 to 28 stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. Aye. Ayes have it.
The first schedule.
Question is that the first schedule stands part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. Aye. The ayes have it.
The second schedule.
The question is that the second schedule stands part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. Aye. The ayes have it.
Title and enacting clause.
Question is that the title and enacting clause stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. Aye. The ayes have it. The question is that I do report to the House that the National Agency for Drug Control Bill number 6 of 2025 has passed the committee stage with amendments. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. Aye. The ayes have it. Yes. Please resume your seats. Honourable members, I have to report to the House that the National Agency for Drug Control Bill number 6 of 2025 has passed the committee stage with amendments.
Public Bills, third reading.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the National Agency for Drug Control Bill number 6 of 2025 be read a third time and passed.
Motion needs to be seconded. Yes, Mr. Bagwan, yes.
Yes.
You will then put, I'm putting the question. Sorry. Question is that the National Agency for Drug Control Bill be read the third time and passed. Those in favour say aye, those against say no. Aye. The ayes have it. And Honourable Prime Minister, adjournment.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move for the adjournment of the House to Tuesday, the 6th of May, 2025 at 11:30 a.m.
The 6th of May, okay. The question, it has to be seconded. I need the motion to be seconded. The question is that the House be adjourned to Tuesday, the 6th of May at 11:30. Those in favour say aye, those against say no. The ayes have it. The House stands adjourned. I have one member who wants to intervene. Mr. Ramkalawan. Yes.
Madam Speaker, my request is addressed to the Honourable Minister of Land and Transport. Will the Minister kindly investigate into the number of taxis operating in the locality of Queen Victoria, whereby my constituents have complained that despite adequate taxi licenses having been allocated, few are actually operational, causing prejudice to the inhabitants who have only taxis as means of public transport. Please consider.
Yes, certainly, Madam Speaker. I will certainly ask the NLTA to conduct an inquiry and take remedial measures as needed.
Yes, Mr. Bichuk. Yes.
My request to the Honourable Minister of Agro-Industry, can the Minister please look into the backlog in the number of people who have applied for land conversion, which is taking months and months, and people complain because very often they have bank loans which have been approved, which lapse because they haven't received the land conversion.
I take on board, Madam Speaker, what my honourable friend is saying, but this is also a matter that has to be properly scrutinized. Also, when we talk of land conversion, we have to make sure the process is being done as should be. But I take on board what you've suggested.
Thank you, Minister. We're done. Thank you.
Thank you.